Hey everyone, just a reminder to subscribe. When I was a teenager, we lived in a house built in the mid-70s. It wasn't old by any stretch. It had vinyl siding, brown shag carpet, and wood paneling, so maybe it was. We lived in a mostly rural area, and about half a mile down the road sat a massive antebellum mansion, clearly something that had been there a lot longer. It had columns across the front, a wraparound porch sagging in places, and broken windows that had been boarded up and unboarded and boarded up again over the years. No one had lived there for as long as I could remember. Naturally, we were obsessed with it. My brother and I and whatever friends who were brave enough would aggressively trespass into it on the weekends. We'd slip around the back through a broken kitchen door that never quite latched. The floors inside dipped in strange ways. Wallpaper peeled like sunburned skin. The staircase, it creaked even if no one was on it. It really was something to see. Naturally, we treated it like a haunted house attraction. We'd dare each other to go upstairs alone, shine flashlights into rooms that still had old furniture shoved against the walls. Once we found a child's shoe under a rotted crib frame. We told ourselves it was cool, spooky, fun. Nothing ever happened in there. There were no whispers or shadows, not even cold spots. It was just an empty house rotting in place. At least that's what we thought. The weird stuff in our house started sometime that same year. At the time, I never connected it to the mansion. I don't even know that I connected it to a haunting at first. My mom was the first to say something. She woke up one morning looking irritated, more than scared. She said that she felt a cat jump onto her bed in the middle of the night. It wasn't a dream. She was adamant about that. She said she was half awake and she felt the mattress dip near her knees, then felt the distinct pressure of paws walking across her legs. Then it curled up near her feet. She even said she reached down in her half-asleep state to nudge it, thinking that maybe it was a neighbor's cat that had gotten inside somehow. But there was nothing there. We didn't own a cat. We hadn't owned one in years. We laughed it off, but she didn't. She kept saying, "I know what a cat feels like." Then the kitchen stuff started happening. It was small, irritating. We'd wake up to find a bowl of apples flipped over on the counter, apples scattered across the floor. Papers near the phone knocked down like someone had swiped at them. The trash can tipped sideways. I think at first we all just blamed raccoons. These pesky animals, right? Then my brother, then me. We all experienced something. But there were no signs of forced entry. There were no open windows or torn screens. And the weirdest part, nothing was ever missing, just disturbed. Like something had gotten bored. Now that I think about it, it really did resemble what a mischievous and large cat might do. But again, we didn't have a cat. The feeling in the house shifted gradually, I'd say. It wasn't sudden dread or terror. It was more like we knew we were being observed. I'd be sitting in the den watching TV and feel like something was in the doorway behind me, not threatening me, just present. Every time I'd turn around, it was nothing. My brother admitted years later that he felt the same thing in his room, like something would move near the foot of his bed at night. Not enough to make him panic, just enough to make him notice. I remember one Saturday, a group of us went back to the mansion. We hadn't gone in a while, maybe a month or two. Inside it looked more decayed than usual. Hard to explain. We split up like we always did. I went upstairs alone this time. There was a bedroom at the end of the hall, one that we'd never really bothered with before because the door used to be stuck. But that day, it wasn't. It was already open. Inside was almost nothing, just a cracked mirror leaning against the wall and what looked like scratch marks on a wooden floor near the window. They were small. They looked like claw marks, close together, repeated. I remember crouching down and running my hand over them. They weren't new, but they weren't ancient either. I had a weird, intrusive thought. Someone lived here once. It was a strange thought to have. Of course someone had. But the thought felt like it was given to me in a territorial way. When we got home that night, our kitchen was a disaster. Fruit everywhere, trash knocked over. And then I noticed something else. The hallway carpet near the laundry room. It had these subtle depressions in it, like something had walked through while it was freshly vacuumed. Small impressions, 4 at a time. After that, the cat activity escalated. My mom felt it on her bed 2 more times. Once, she said she distinctively felt it kneading the blanket near her feet, the rhythmic push of paws. I started hearing something at night. Soft movement along the baseboards in my room. It wasn't scratching, just brushing, like fur against drywall. I never saw anything, but one night, I woke up and I felt the dip in my mattress near my ankles. There was no weight on my chest or paralysis. I could definitely move, but I didn't. I just laid there, waiting. I felt the slow, careful pressure shift across the bed and then settle, right against my feet. I don't know how long I stayed like that before finally forcing myself to sit up and flip on a lamp. Nothing. Blankets undisturbed, door closed, and silent. We did stop going to the mansion after that year, not because of anything specific. I think we just grew out of it. The disturbances in our house slowly faded too. No more apples knocked over, trash cans tipped. My mom never felt that cat again. Life just normalized. And we did get a cat of our own. So, I don't know. Years later, after we'd moved away, I mentioned the mansion to my mom casually. She asked me something I wasn't expecting. Did you ever feel like something followed you home? I hadn't told her about the scratch marks that I'd found at the house, or the mattress dipping. She said she always felt like whatever was in our house wasn't trying to scare us, that maybe it was confused, like it expected something from us. Apparently, she thought about this thing quite a bit, but wasn't aware that we'd spent so much time at that house. I probably could have chalked a lot of it up. Old houses make you imaginative. Teenagers stir up stories. Parents dream. But I did feel that impression in my mattress. And to my mom's theory, nothing weird ever happened in our 70s house before we started exploring that mansion. And nothing happened once we stopped. So if it was just a raccoon or a stray cat, why did it only move at night? And why did it stop? Why did we never find fur or droppings? I think because it wasn't an animal, but it was intentional. Not totally destructive, but very present. This happened when I was 12. I lived in Alabama, but every year my mom and I would travel to Perth Amboy, New Jersey, to visit my grandparents in the summer and winter. Their house always gave me an eerie feeling. It was always dark. The air felt stale because the windows hadn't been opened in years. My grandparents were devout Catholics, so every doorway had a crucifix mounted above it. There's nothing wrong with that, of course, but as a nervous kid, Those crucifixes terrified me. The year my grandma had a stroke, my mom decided I shouldn't see her in the hospital. I was young and had a lot of anxiety. I didn't understand how bad her condition was, only that she'd been hallucinating red balloons floating on the ceiling of her hospital room. Even at 12, that chilled me. Something about it felt wrong, like a detail from a horror movie that didn't belong in real life. When my mom was in the hospital with my grandma, my mom's cousin stayed with me. One afternoon, we were out on the porch. I was rocking on the swing while we chatted. At some point, she stepped inside to talk to my mom on the phone, and that's when I heard it. It came from the outside stairwell that led to the basement. It was low and rattling, like a whispering groan. It happened several more times. I tried to brush it off, but I was an anxious kid. My imagination ran wild. Was it a ghost? An intruder? Something else entirely? When my mom's cousin came back outside, she wrapped me in a long, tight hug. I didn't understand why. Later that evening, I found out it was because my grandma had passed away. The night she died, I had a terrifying dream. One that was so vivid, I had a hard time convincing myself it wasn't real. In it, I was standing at the basement door, the one that led to the boiler. I could hear the same whispering groan that I'd heard from the porch that afternoon. I looked up. Floating just below the clouds were red balloons, like the ones my grandma had seen on her hospital room ceiling. After that, I avoided the basement as much as I could. Years passed. I was a teenager, maybe around 16. By then, I had mostly forgotten about that summer, at least the fear it gave me. The details of my grandma's death, the balloons, the whispering groan, it had all faded into the same memory. Until one day, when my mom asked me to do laundry. The washer and dryer were in the basement. They were old, clunky machines that everyone was convinced might catch fire if left unattended. The stairs to the basement were narrow and uneven, and only one light bulb hung overhead, suspended from a string. My only distraction was a tiny handheld TV that my grandfather kept nearby. It had an antenna, picked up exactly one working channel. I found some sports game and settled in. About 10 minutes into the dryer cycle, I heard it. It was that same whispering groan coming from the dark corner of the basement, behind the boiler. Just then, the TV switched channels on its own. Static flooded the screen, making a shrill, shrieking sound. The light bulb above me flickered, dimmed. The dryer made a buzzing sound and stopped midway through the cycle. I ran up the basement stairs so fast, it looked like a scene out of Scooby-Doo. Later that evening, the heat went out. It was winter in New Jersey. There was a blizzard outside. My mom said that we needed to check the boiler, insisting that I came with her into the basement. As she knelt to check the boiler, I held the flashlight. And that's when I saw them. 2 green, glowing handprints on the side of the boiler. I almost shit myself. My mom barely reacted. She said it was probably some maintenance worker who had touched the dusty surface. That maybe something had just reflected weird in the flashlight. But I remember how the prints shimmered like something supernatural. I don't know if it was my grandma's ghost or something else entirely. But I never went down to that basement again. I never told anyone about the whispering groan that I'd heard earlier in the day on the afternoon Grandma died. My mom would have rolled her eyes, thought that it was my anxiety playing tricks on me. Telling my grandpa would have just upset him. After my grandma died, he stopped going out and eventually became a recluse. Without her, he just seemed lost. My mom offered to let him live with us in Alabama, but New Jersey was the only home he'd ever known, and my grandma was buried there. I think he didn't want to leave her. My grandpa passed away when I was 18, and the house was eventually sold. I'm 32 now, but I still remember that whispering groan, the red balloons, the ghostly handprints on the boiler. I haven't been back to New Jersey since he died, and no offense to my grandparents, but I'm perfectly fine with never being anywhere near that house or that basement ever again. We're in the process of moving into a new house. Not old, but it was something built in the early 90s. It's a normal suburban neighborhood, good schools, quiet street. We haven't fully moved in yet. Just boxes stacked in corners and a few things in the garage. Last night I stopped by the house alone to drop off some tools and measure a wall for shelving. It was around 8:30, still technically light outside, but that dim blue kind of light where everything feels a little flatter than it should. I was in the garage organizing a few boxes when, without warning, the garage door slammed shut. It didn't roll down, it just slammed. It hit hard enough that I actually jumped. At first I thought maybe I hadn't latched it properly, and the pressure change pulled it closed. It's happened before in our other house. Air pressure can be weird. Still, it was forceful. Like someone had pulled it. I went over, opened it, checked around. Everything seemed normal. I locked up and headed home. When I got back to our current place, I walked into the kitchen to grab a beer. The house was quiet. My wife had already gone upstairs. The kitchen light was off, but there was enough ambient light from the living room lamp that I didn't bother turning it on. I opened the fridge, grabbed a beer, shut the door. As I turned around, something swiped right in front of my face. Fast, close enough that I physically recoiled and ducked. It wasn't subtle. It wasn't a shadow out of the corner of my eye. It was like someone had swung their arm across my line of sight. I actually stumbled back a step. My first thought was a bug, big moth, something flying in the house. But I didn't hear anything. And it was a big gust of wind. I immediately flipped the kitchen light on, but there was nothing there. It didn't physically touch me. It was just there. I could feel it. In my space. It had gotten close enough for my body to react before my brain could. I stood there for a minute trying to replay it. Maybe it was just my shadow. Maybe it was wind from the fridge. I never had to dodge my own shadow, though. In the fridge, never done that before. I opened it again, closed it, turned around slowly, trying to recapture whatever had happened. Nothing. It was normal. I didn't tell my wife right away because I didn't want to sound ridiculous. But later, while we were getting ready for bed, she casually mentioned something that made my stomach drop. She asked if I had come through the house earlier. I told her no, just after I stopped by the new place. She said around 7:30, she had this sudden strong feeling that I was standing behind her in the kitchen. Not a passing thought, a physical awareness. Like someone had just walked into the room. She even turned around, expecting to see me. No one was there. She thought it was weird, but had to brush it off. I told her it wasn't me, for sure, but I told her about the swipe I'd experienced. It's all just super weird, I guess. It's not exactly the new house that's giving us problems. It's our old one, which I guess is good. But we've never experienced anything like this before. Not once. We officially move into the new place next week. I haven't been back over there alone since that particular time. Part of me wants to go sit in that empty house at night to see if anything happens. Part of me doesn't. I'm not jumping to conclusions, I'm not calling it haunted, but I will say this. I've never had to physically dodge nothing before. I'll allow the garage door to be a fluke and hope that it's not something more. But if something does happen, I'll update here. I'll never forget this trip. It was 2019. Me and 3 friends went down to New Orleans for a long weekend. We were just trying to have fun. Bourbon Street, vignettes, all that. But the thing about New Orleans is it's got layers. There's the part everyone sees, the jazz, the food, the nightlife. And then there's this other side. Dark, heavy. You feel it as soon as you get off the main strip. That night, we'd already been drinking a little, just walking around. And I remember this woman, older, thin, with this red scarf tied around her head. She stopped what she was doing and looked right at me. Didn't say a word, just kind of mouthed something, like a warning. My friends thought it was funny, but it gave me chills. Later, we wandered off Bourbon. We shouldn't have, but we did. We ended up on Dauphine Street, way quieter, real empty. And that's when we heard this sound, like drums, real faint, coming from somewhere down the block. I don't know why, but we followed it. That's when we found this little shop. No lights outside except a candle flickering in the window. The sign said something like, "Spirits walk here." My buddy pushed the door, and it opened right up. The air inside was thick, like incense mixed with rust. Jars on the shelves, dolls hanging from the ceiling with their eyes stitched shut. It didn't look like no tourist voodoo shop. You know what I mean? It felt real, too real. And in the corner, there she was. The woman with the red scarf. Same one from earlier. She looked right at me and said clear as day, "You don't belong here." That's when Jessica, my friend, just froze. She locked eyes on this doll that was sitting on an altar, and she couldn't move, wouldn't blink. Her whole body started swaying, like she was in a trance. And then she started whispering, except it wasn't her voice. It was lower, almost like 2 people speaking at once. We were shaking her, calling her name, but it was like she was gone. The woman in the scarf just kept chanting, louder and louder. And then all at once, every candle in that place went out. We panicked, grabbed Jessica, dragged her into the street. She was fighting us the whole way, muttering words that we didn't even recognize. Back at the hotel, she passed out cold. The next morning, she woke up with no memory of any of it. Just 3 scratches down her arms, like something clawed her. And she still doesn't talk about that night. If you bring it up, she shuts it down completely. But me, I haven't been able to shut that out. Those drums, slow and steady, like they're waiting. And I know that whatever was in that shop that night, it wasn't finished when we left. I was the second to youngest of 5 children. We were as close as you could get with 7 people growing up in a 3-bedroom house. My oldest brother just turned 25, and I was 19 in May of '98. I was taking a nap in my parents' living room. I dreamt of my brother on his motorcycle. It was as if I was watching him right in front of me, but he didn't know I was there. He'd stopped and spoke to my cousins, making jokes. They offered him a beer, and he said, "No, I gotta get home." The dream was clear as day as he got onto his bike, drove down the road, until a postal van pulled out in front of him, causing his death. It woke me up with a startle when they collided. I was so relieved that I was dreaming. 2 seconds later, the phone rang. Another cousin told me that there was a motorcycle wreck close by. After announcing it to my siblings, my father hung the phone up, called my uncle asking if he'd seen my brother, and I realized my brother was actually out on his motorcycle. He'd wrecked on the exact road of my dream and died, hitting a postal van. I later found out that he'd been to my cousin's house too, exactly like my dream. It was the darkest day of my life, but over the years, I've come to the conclusion that there exists a connection between loved ones. A deep connection that no one can explain. I know I saw my brother's last day in my dream, and it gives me hope that there is still mystery in the world, and I'll see him again. I only got the gig at the mill, Watson's Mill, because my friend Jen couldn't stop talking about community grants. They'll pay you to scrape paint, she said, waving a form at me like it was a golden ticket. Heritage restoration, fresh faces, we love that. I do not have what anyone would call a restoration background. I have a left shoulder that clicks when I carry lumber, and a playlist called Paint Fumes, but make it cozy. That's the vibe that I brought to the job. Capable enough, mildly underqualified, eager for a paycheck. The mill sits on a bend of a lazy river, half an hour outside of Ottawa. A rectangle of limestone and timber beams, glass panes that wobble in their frames. It's a building that you visit on a school field trip and swear that you'll come back to it in the fall when the leaves go red, which you never do. It smells like damp stone and flour, even though no grains have been through those stones for decades. They're making it a small museum again. Interpretive signs, a gift nook that will stock maple candies and tea towels with tasteful wheat motifs. The crew is a mix of a serious carpenter named Alex, a retired teacher who knows every nail's proper name, and me, who asks where we keep the big scrubby scrapey thing, and is handed a carding brush. The first week, it's all scaffolding and tarps. The second week, we're inside, patching hairline cracks and consolidating old mortar. The mill machinery is there, hulking and quiet. The wooden chute for the grain, the dresser, the leather belts looped over iron pulleys. A governor that looks like something that belongs on a steampunk poster. 2 metal balls that would spin out with the speed to regulate the stones. It's beautiful and blunt. You can imagine it roaring. Local lore does the rounds almost immediately. A volunteer with a key ring the size of a salad plate tells us not to worry if we hear footsteps on the 3rd floor, because that's just the building settling. Someone else mentions a girl who died in the mill in the 1800s, and then corrects themselves. No, it was a young woman. And the story's more complicated. But anyway, don't work alone late. We laugh. It's July. 4:30 sunsets are a problem for future us. But I don't experience something late or after hours. It's a Tuesday, maybe 3 p.m., which has got to be the least haunted time of day. Alex goes out to the truck to call the electrician. The retired teacher, Mr. Doyle, he insists on Mr., is counting screws in that way that retired teachers count things, methodically and for real. The river outside is low, summer lazy, the spillway half closed. I end up downstairs in search of a broom. The 1st floor is cool and cave-like, stone on all 3 sides and the river winking through the window on the 4th. You can smell grain here, even stronger. A ghost odor I can't place. Sweet, stale, something like old cereal boxes. I stand a second because it feels good on my sunburned skin, and then I remember the broom closet is near the main shaft, where the wheel connects to a fat iron rod that once turned everything. I don't know anything about mills in general, not really, but I've been looking at this shaft for 2 weeks at this point, and it's always made me think of an animal in a barn, sleeping, but alive. That's a weird thought to have, and I blame the podcasts I listen to with my headphones on. The ones where people tell you that their house sighs and talks and you believe them. The broom's propped up behind a display case that we haven't cleared yet. I'm dragging it out when I hear the belt whisper. That's the sound. Whisper. The long leather strap that hangs off the main drive gives this dry little shiver and shifts an inch. I'm now listening for footsteps above me, because movement in here means that someone's pulling something, right? But there's nothing. The upstairs is quiet except for a sander that's been off all day and the muted pigeon noise from the rafters. The belt shivers again. This time, it's not imagination. I can see it move. The main shaft gives a polite nudge. Tick. And the governor's balls, those iron spheres, they rock inward, like a slow inhale. I lean over the railing and look out at the water wheel through the open slats. The wheel doesn't move. The river doesn't surge. Everything outside is July still. But inside, something is saying, let's try a little. Tick. Another nudge. Sort of movement you could explain 1,000 ways. Settling wood, thermal expansion, my own heartbeat. Except the next thing is not explainable by a heartbeat, at least not mine. The governor lifts. Not a lot. A thumb's width. It's just enough that the linkage rod connected to it makes the tiniest metallic sound. Alex, I call, because hearing your own voice makes the world line up. You down here? No answer. The retired teacher coughs once upstairs. Footsteps go across a board in a slow, I'm counting screws rhythm. There's this instinct to put your hand on a warm hood after a drive, to feel the engine's heat and say, yeah, it's been running. That's the impulse that I fight. You're not supposed to touch century-old equipment with bare hands, oil and all that. But the real reason I don't touch the shaft is because I'm a little scared of learning that it's warm. The governor lifts again. The leather belt slides a careful inch over the pulley, and the pulley in response rolls. It's not even turning, more like politely remembering how to move. I feel pressure in my ears, like when a train goes by, that tiny, irrational body sense of mass in motion. The mill, it smells stronger all at once, sweet and chalky, as if someone dragged a sack of grain across the floor and split it on a nail. Hey, I say to no one, don't. That's ridiculous. I'm talking to a building, but it stops, like a dog caught nosing a counter. The belt stills. The governor settles, lowest point. A clink as the linkage kisses its seat. The silence after is magnified. The river hush, the pigeon shuffle, my own breath. I stand for a long minute because moving feels like it's gonna pop some sort of bubble. And then I go to the spillway lever, because of course there's a rational explanation, and I check it. The gate is exactly where it's been all day. Outside, the water wheel is as is. I put my palm to the shaft anyway, because I have to know. It's not warm, but it's also not cold. Stone is cool, room cool. It's just familiar. Upstairs, Mr. Doyle calls my name, wanting to know if I've seen the box of drywall screws. My voice sounds normal when I answer. I go back upstairs, and I spend the next hour just telling myself it's fine. At some point, Alex returns, smelling like sawdust and phone frustration. We argue mildly about lunch for the next day. Subs or that diner with the neon trout sign. For some reason, I don't mention the governor. I don't mention the belt. I wasn't exactly worried about what they would say. It was more like I was just trying to figure it out for myself, deciding what had really happened. Later, when we're closing up, we all go down together to make sure the windows are latched. Casually looking around, the belt looks like a belt again. Everything's normal. Governor looks like a forgotten coat hook. We lock the door, and the mill keeps its cool breath behind stone. That night, I look up videos of the machinery, real diagrams. There are a million reasons that a belt might move. A draft, vibrations from upstairs, the river pushing just enough through the gate to rock the shaft, the leather relaxing. I believe those reasons. I also believe the smell of grain got incredibly strong for a few seconds there, in a building that hasn't milled anything in living memory. So those things can both be true at once. On my last day, a few weeks later, I run a clean rag along the railing by the main drive. The rag comes up gray. I fold it in quarters and keep it in my pocket. It feels corny, but I wanted a piece of this place, one that wasn't a tea towel with wheat on it. Before I go, I stand by the governor and the belt and the shaft and I say quietly, "You're gonna look great this fall." It might seem strange, but I guess when people say that a place feels alive, that mill definitely felt that way. So it didn't really feel like I was talking to a building. It was like I was talking to a person. I've gone back and forth about posting this for years. Part of me still worries that if I put it into words, it'll somehow wake something up again, but it's been almost 16 years and I'm still thinking about it, still having moments where I wake up suddenly with my heart racing and no clear reason why. So here it is. When this happened, I was in my early 20s. My boyfriend at the time had just gotten out of prison after serving time for dealing drugs. Nothing violent. He wasn't a dangerous person. He'd gotten involved with the wrong people and made some bad decisions, and prison changed him, but I expected that. Anyone would come back different. We were both sober when he got out. That part matters to me because I know how easy it would be to explain everything away otherwise. The first few weeks after he came home were, okay, cautious. He was quieter than I remembered, more withdrawn, but I assumed that that was just him adjusting. He had trouble sleeping. He startled easily. Sometimes I'd wake up in the middle of the night and I'd find him sitting in the dark living room, not watching TV, just staring. It felt unsettling, but not scary yet. That came later. The changes weren't constant, but somehow that's what made it worse. Most of the time, he was still him, apologetic, gentle, trying, but sometimes it was like something had switched. His mood would just turn flat and heavy. He'd snap over nothing, say things that didn't line up with what we were talking about, and then later swear that he never said them. I started walking on eggshells without realizing it. The first time I woke up thinking he was pulling my hair, I didn't even open my eyes right away. I just felt it, a sharp tug at the crown of my head, like fingers threaded into my hair and yanked. I jolted awake and whispered his name, already bracing myself for an argument. He was asleep, facing the other direction, both hands under his pillow. I told myself that it had to have been a dream, but it happened again, and another time. It wasn't every night, just often enough that I started dreading sleep. Sometimes it felt like a quick pull, other times it was slower, like something dragging through my hair, testing how much it could take. Every time he denied it, and I believed him because I wanted to, and because I couldn't explain how he could be doing it without waking himself up. Either way, the tension between us escalated fast after that. We fought constantly, but never really about the hair pulling. It was about everything else. The way his voice would change when he was angry, not louder, but deeper somehow. The way that he'd look at me like he didn't recognize me. The way the room felt heavier when he was in a bad mood. Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore. I asked him to move out. It really wasn't some explosive breakup. It was exhausted and sad and full of apologies. He cried. Then, at some point, he just shut down. Said maybe it was for the best. He packed his things and left without another word. I remember feeling relief when the door closed behind him. That relief lasted for one night. The second night, I was alone. and I woke up gasping for air. It felt like my hair was being yanked hard enough to pull my head off of the pillow. I screamed, and I sat up, heart pounding, the apartment completely silent. No one there. No explanation. After that, things got harder for me. The pulling didn't stop. It became more aggressive. I started waking up with the sensation that something was leaning over me while I slept, pressing me down. My dreams even started to change. I kept dreaming I was underwater, trying to scream and only swallowing darkness as I did. I'd wake up choking, my chest burning like I hadn't breathed in minutes. And then the bedroom door, it started opening itself, slamming itself. Always when I was alone, always when I was already on edge. I barely slept at that point. The night everything finally crossed the line for me was when I woke up in complete silence. It wasn't the normal silence. It was like the world was gone. I reached up to touch my hair, and I felt a smooth patch of scalp. A chunk of my hair was gone, not tangled or broken off. Gone. I expected to see it lying on the floor next to the bed, somewhere in the sheets. But I didn't find any hair. I completely lost it. I don't remember much after that besides crying on my bathroom floor, shaking so hard I couldn't stand. That was the moment I realized that whatever had been happening wasn't just stress and trauma, or even my ex. It's something that stayed. I believe that he brought it back with him, but he didn't take it when he left. I moved out. I left some furniture behind even. Most things I didn't care about. I didn't tell them anything when I moved out. Obviously, I was afraid that if I said it out loud, they would think I was crazy, but also that it would follow me. It didn't follow me. Not like that. I rebuilt my life, stayed sober, slept again. So yeah, I don't know for sure if my ex brought something home with him, or if it was already there, just waiting for someone vulnerable enough to notice. But I do know that whatever it was didn't leave when he did. I'm just glad I got away too. This happened when I was around 10, during one of those weird in-between summers where everything felt like it was just on the edge of changing. And it was. My cousin and I were at a summer camp near Rainy Lake in northern Minnesota. Camp Coaching. Big pine trees, dark water, docks that creak even when there's no wind. It wasn't your typical s'mores and crafts kind of camp. It felt more like a wilderness outpost that the forest hadn't quite given permission to exist. We were there for a youth soccer training week, kind of a mix between workouts and wilderness survival. A lot of running, a lot of swimming, and way too much bug spray. It was our last day there. Most of the gear was packed, and parents were due to pick us up in a couple of hours. Me, my cousin Ryan, and his older brother Matt decided to walk off some of our leftover energy. There's a towpath trail that follows this old canal just beyond the cabins, mostly used by maintenance staff and the odd canoe group. It's not the kind of spot that the counselors wanted kids wandering off alone to, but we weren't really the listening type. The trail was quiet. We were laughing about something stupid, probably arguing over whether a bear could really outrun a mountain lion, when Ryan stopped cold. "Hey," he pointed. "Check that out." There was a jacket floating in the water. Looked almost brand new, dark blue with orange trim. You would be wearing this jacket if it was colder. It didn't make sense, seeing it drifting like that. No other debris, no ripples, no obvious reason that it would be there. Ryan's always been the type to grab shiny things off the ground, half magpie, half raccoon, so of course he stepped down toward the edge to pull it out. He reached for a stick, hooked it through the arm, and gave it a tug. The jacket rolled, and so did the body wearing it. We saw the face, or rather, where the face should have been. It was gone, like the water had taken it. No eyes, no nose, just barely any skin stretched over bone. One side looked bloated, the other eaten away, like something had been working on it for a while. It didn't even look like a person anymore. More like something made. None of us said a word, not even Ryan. We just stared. I remember the way that one of the sleeves dragged behind in the water like it was reaching for something. I remember the way the air suddenly smelled like rust and wet leaves. And I remember the stillness. There was a stillness that didn't feel natural. Like everything had stopped to watch. It was Matt who snapped out of it first. He grabbed us by the shoulders, practically threw us back up the path, and didn't stop until we were halfway to the main road. We told the first adult we saw. Camp staff called the cops. I never found out what came of it. They told our parents that it was a drowning victim, some guy who must have fallen off a boat, drifted down the canal. But here's the thing, we knew that water. We'd been swimming in it, canoeing in it, even fell in it once or twice. It wasn't deep enough to hide a body for long, and the canal didn't run that far. And no one ever explained the jacket. No missing person, no update, no name, just a quiet reminder not to go over near that part of the trail again. I think other than actually witnessing it, the worst part has been every now and then I'll dream about that moment. The still water, the jacket turning, and that hollow, faceless thing looking back, without eyes. For this story, we're going back to the early 90s, when I was 18. A little context for my younger friends. There were no cell phones, no internet, and no GPS. If you wanted to meet your friends somewhere, you made plans in advance and prayed that they showed up. If you got lost, you had to stop and ask for directions or learn to read a paper map. A skill I could never master, but it's not important here. Okay, now that everyone's caught up, on with our main event. One weekend, myself and two friends made plans to go camping. We were originally supposed to meet at my house Saturday morning and drive to the site together. But my grandmother had a stroke the day before our trip. Thankfully, it was minor. But she needed someone to get her home and help watch over her for a little while. My mom was a lawyer and in court when it happened, so I drove the hour to Granny's and got settled in. My mom didn't arrive until pretty late Friday night, so I canceled with my friends, and we decided that I would just meet them at the campsite. My gear had already been loaded in the car anyway, and it would be quicker to go straight there. Now, we hadn't actually gone to this spot before. We wanted to try something new, and the place that we heard about was roughly an hour and a half away. I managed to get there by noon. My friends, however, did not. These days, if someone is 15 minutes late, you can call or text, but I just had to wait, and wait, and wait. Especially since it was a long drive, I had to account for if they got a late start, if they got lost on the way, if they stopped for gas or snacks, all of that. After nearly 3 hours, I felt close to death. Boredom is fatal, after all. I drove 15 minutes back to the nearest payphone, and I called my friend's house. No one answered. I called the other friend's house, and again, no answer. So I called my grandmother's house to see if they had left a message. They had not. I went back to the camping grounds and waited for another hour. Nothing. Went back to the payphone and finally got through to my friends. Apparently, Jen's car wouldn't start, and Judy couldn't borrow her brother's car until the next morning. and they couldn't find the paper that I wrote my grandmother's number on. Basically a perfect storm of bullshit. Ultimately, we decided to ditch school on Monday and keep our camping plans anyway. Now I had a choice to make. Drive home and right back again. Camp alone. No thanks. Or get a hotel. I opted for the hotel room. There was a cheap, run-down spot 15 minutes down the highway. And that was plenty good enough for me. I checked in and planned to watch TV until I fell asleep. On 3 different occasions, the TV randomly shut off by itself, but turned back on no problem. The volume also turned itself up and down at random, which got really annoying, but I blamed it on a janky motel TV and shoddy wiring, because the lights kept dimming and brightening too. On top of that, the people in the room next to me were annoying as hell. I assumed that they must have had kids because it was too chaotic to be anything else. They kept banging into the wall, laughing like little jackals. Not once did I hear their parents do anything about it. But again, it was par for the times. It had been a long, exhausting day. By 10, I was ready to go to sleep and get the night over with. As soon as I turned the lights off, someone started knocking on my door. I got up to check. No one outside. I immediately thought of the kids next door and started getting angry. It was one thing to be loud little shits, but to screw with me directly, that was too far. I shouted into the night that I would call the front desk if they did it again. I got back into bed, and within 10 minutes, it happened again, even louder this time. I ran to the door, but they were already gone. I didn't hear them go back into their room, so they had to be hiding nearby. I looked around the corners, behind the car. Still nothing. And that's when I realized mine was the only car on this side of the lot. I walked to the front desk and told the clerk my story. It was a young girl, probably not much older than me, and the look on her face instantly freaked me out, because she clearly knew something she didn't want to say. I had to drag it out of her. Not only were the rooms next to me empty, the rest of the motel was empty. I was the sole customer that evening. The girl tried to reassure me and get me back to my room, but I was pretty worried about what kind of creep was out there messing with me. Kids were one thing, but now it felt dangerous. Finally, she confessed that lots of people made the same complaints, that their employees never lasted long, because everyone thought the motel was haunted. I hadn't even complained about the lights and TV when she confessed that also happened all the time, even in the lobby. Apparently some man had kidnapped his 2 children back in the 60s, pulled a murder-suicide when the cops knocked on their door. I was thoroughly freaked out, but I went back to my room. What else was I going to do? I certainly wasn't going to drive home at that point, but an older, wiser me definitely would have. I got back into bed and there was another loud knock on the door, just as I was finally drifting off. I didn't open the door that time. Instead, I just waited it out. Once it stopped, it didn't start again, and I finally fell asleep until about 3 a.m. And that's when the covers were violently ripped off of me. I bolted upright to see them piled on the floor at the foot of the bed. My heart was already racing, and that alone was enough to do me in. But then I noticed movement in the corner. There was a straight-up transparent girl staring at me. Literally transparent. I could see the wallpaper print through her body. She looked like she was 8 years old, but half of her head was missing. I felt sick and terrified and numb all at once. I wanted to scream, but nothing would come out. Then, right in front of me, the girl walked through the wall and disappeared. That's all I needed. I jumped out of bed, grabbed my bag in a single movement. Never before or since have I moved that fast. I didn't go back to the front desk. I just got in my car and sped out of there like something was chasing me. because I assumed it was. Suddenly, sleeping in the campground parking lot didn't seem so crazy at all, or scary. I couldn't actually sleep, of course, but I had no problem waiting until dawn. Once the sun was up, I found a diner, got some breakfast. My friends actually showed up on time, but they didn't believe my story about the motel. I dared them to stay there for a night if they were so skeptical, but they weren't willing to try it for themselves. The camping trip was fine once we got into it. Everything was so normal that the abnormal was easy to let go of, but I never completely forgot. This is the first time that I've told this full story since telling my friends. I know the whole thing sounds crazy, but if there was a safe place to share my experience, this felt like the one. Thanks for listening. This is from my college days, so as much as I wish I had a Ring doorbell cam, it just wasn't a possibility. And I guess that's the thing with these kinds of experiences. The part I always come back to. If there's no proof, no real record, did it even happen? Because for all the effort I put into catching whatever it was, installing motion lights, obsessively checking locks and windows, sleeping with a phone in hand, I never actually saw anything that explained it. But I know that something was there. It started with the doorknob, and that didn't stop. I was up late working on a paper when I heard the distinct sound of jiggling. Not a knock or thud, just two slow, firm twists, like someone was testing it. I froze. It was past 2 a.m. The porch light had burnt out weeks ago, and my landlord wasn't exactly quick to fix things. I waited there, in silence, holding my breath, but my heart was pounding so hard, it felt like it echoed in my ears. I was sure that others could hear it if they were listening. Eventually, the sound stopped. Nothing else followed. I sat frozen at my desk for way longer than I'd like to admit. The next day, I taped a cheap motion-censored light to the porch railing and ran a cord through the front door to keep it powered. A little janky, but it worked. I tested it, walked past the window, light flares on. It gave me some peace of mind. For a while, anyway. I also started locking the deadbolt, obsessively. I mean, checking it 3 or 4 times before bed. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something had found me, had touched the edge of my space and was going to do it again. And it did. 3 nights later, I was up late. I saw the flash through the front curtain, the motion light, followed by the same jiggling sound on the doorknob. The next night, it happened again. Same time, light on. I actually got the courage to look through the peephole, and there was no one. Still, I didn't open the door that night. Every time I worked up the nerve to look, there was no one there. I started standing by the window in the dark, peeking between the blinds. The light would flicker on, the porch would be empty, and I would hear the jiggling. As bad as that was, it was when things started to shift on the inside that I really started to get freaked out. I kept a small lamp on in the corner of the living room, a soft amber glow that kept the space from feeling too cold at night. But that light started to dim, just slightly, just for a minute or 2. Always seemed to be around the same time. I thought it was the lamp, so I moved it across the room. It still happened, same dimming, same hour. So I just had a faulty lamp. That was fine. But then came the waking. Each night, somewhere between 3:11, 3:13, I would just wake up. No noise, no nightmare. I remember marking the time because it felt like an alarm had woken me up. But my alarm clock just sat silent on my nightstand. I'd lie there in bed with my heart racing, unsure what actually stirred me awake. Eventually, I started leaving my bedroom door open. I told myself it was so I could hear better, Or maybe just to avoid the suffocating feeling of being alone behind a closed door. But deep down, I wanted to see. I just wanted to see what was happening in my house after hours. And one night, I did. It wasn't a shadow or a figure, it was a light. Small, soft, maybe the size of a grapefruit. It hovered near the floor in the living room, drifting slowly, methodically, from the far wall to the base of the couch, where it would pause and then move back again. It did the same path each night, like it was pacing. I really couldn't believe what I was seeing, and I tried to talk myself out of it. There was no reflection, no flashlight beam. It wasn't a car headlight sneaking through the blinds. It was repetitive, reoccurring, and it was just a silent orb of light, repeating its strange, lazy route. And then it would go, but return like clockwork. One night I stayed up, blanket around me, all the lights off, and I went into the living room, just waiting, watching. At exactly 3:09, the air changed. It was heavier somehow, thicker, like I'd dropped a few feet in elevation. My ears even popped. And then came the orb. Same path, same glow, but this time it just dipped a little lower. I watched unmoving as it descended beneath the couch and vanished from sight. But then I felt something, a crushing pressure between my shoulder blades, 2 solid points of weight pressed down hard, like someone leaning in with both hands. I couldn't breathe. My chest felt like it was collapsing inward. I doubled over, gasping. I think I even blacked out for a few seconds. Or maybe I just disassociated. When it stopped, I was drenched in sweat. My limbs shook uncontrollably. I slept in the bathtub with the light on that night. The next morning, bruises. 2 perfectly spaced rows of oval-shaped marks down each side of my back, like fingers. The symmetry is what did it for me. That's what scared me the most. It wasn't random. It was deliberate. I called out of class, spent the day online researching hauntings, sleep paralysis, trauma responses, anything that could explain it really, but nothing stuck. And the internet just wasn't what it is today. So after that experience, and with no luck knowing what it really was, I avoided the house at night, slept on my friends' couches, spent late nights at the library. Anything to just not be there. I remember breaking my lease 2 months early, told the landlord it was a personal emergency. He didn't ask questions. I have a feeling I wasn't the first to leave. It's been many years, and I haven't seen that light again. Haven't felt that pressure. But sometimes if I wake up and it's 3:11 with no explanation, I get an uncontrollable chill down my spine. I sweat. I'm uncomfortable. And I still wonder, if I had looked under the couch that night, like really looked, what would I have seen? And if I had opened the door those nights, what would have been on the other side? I really don't know. And I guess I really don't care to. So a lot of you have probably seen the Urban Explorer videos on YouTube, the ones where people go to remote locations and film abandoned buildings and structures. My best friend and I got kind of obsessed with them. Some of them end up being spooky, but most of them are just really cool and have interesting history. We live in a small town that happens to be surrounded by even more small towns. So we have lots of old abandoned stuff around us. We weren't trying to film ourselves or anything like that. We just genuinely thought that it seemed like a fun hobby. Our first time out, we explored an abandoned factory, a little under an hour from my house. It was completely gutted. Most of the windows were smashed. Our second spot was an elementary school that shut down a few years back. It still had a lot of desks and books in the rooms. Nothing really happened at either location, but we had fun exploring, finding souvenirs. Our third spot was different. We have a lot of mostly unused old dirt roads that twist all through the woods. There's one that used to have a few houses on it, but there's only one left now. It's been empty for a long time, and it's only 30 minutes away, so we thought this will be a good spot for a quick weekday exploration. Between dinner and chores, we didn't actually get out there till just after 9. It was dark, but that was fine. We didn't expect to see much anyway. The house wasn't very big. We were surprised by the amount of furniture and random junk still laying around. Everything was covered in dust and cobwebs like no one had touched it in decades. There were several holes in the walls, and broken glass was all over the floor in every room. One of the 2 bedrooms still had a mattress. It was covered in huge dark brown stains across the middle and the top. The other bedroom had a broken bunk bed frame and a bunch of children's toys and torn-up coloring books. We checked out the kitchen last. There was a huge hole in the roof and rotten lumber all over the floor. Near the back door was another interior door that led to a surprise basement. The stairs were old and falling apart, but I was dumb enough to try them anyway. My friend waited at the top to see if I would make it. I was about halfway down when I felt everything shift. I tried to turn and go back, but the whole staircase collapsed under me. It was a surprisingly long drop. My ankle snapped sideways, and I instantly knew it was broken. When I could move again, I tried to climb out, but I could barely stand upright, let alone put any weight on my bad foot. My friend is a lot smaller than me, too. There was no way that she could pull me out. We didn't have cell service in there. So she walked around outside. Still no luck. Eventually she had to leave me while she drove back far enough to get some reception. Meanwhile, I was left alone in that dark, creepy basement, unable to move. I didn't consider myself an easily frightened person, not until that moment. I'd never been so grateful for a flashlight. Now that it was quiet, I could hear all of the creaking, groaning noises, which made sense. An entire staircase had just fallen. Of course there was creaking and groaning, but it was still eerie, and being able to see that it was nothing made me feel better. And then the flashlight died, like 2 minutes into my friend being gone. It shouldn't have. It had fresh batteries, but that was fine. I still had my phone, right? Nope. I pushed the flash button and nothing happened. It just didn't cut on. I tried to take pictures and the flash didn't work. I tried turning the phone off and it wouldn't come back on. So I didn't have the screen light then. The battery wasn't dead. It was still over 50% when I tried the flashlight. I stood there in the pitch black, unable to move. The noises got louder then. I reminded myself the debris were still settling, and then I started to hear other things. Something heavy fell by the wall to my left. It was a heavy but dull thud, like something soft or wrapped in fabric. It didn't sound like metal or wood. And then it began to slide across the floor. It was almost like when you drag a duffel bag along beside you, if you pause after each step. It was coming towards me. It stopped a few feet away, and everything went completely silent. No more creaking and groaning. No nothing. It felt like a long time, but it was probably only like that for 30 seconds to a minute. Time really slows down when you're alone in the dark. And that's when something suddenly brushed past my leg. It could have been a big rat, but there was no scurry sounds as it ran away. Just a silent but forceful swipe of something shooting past my ankle. I fell backwards but caught myself on the broken stairs and didn't move. I don't think I was even breathing. It had been hot that night. I was sweating through my clothes, but now it felt like the temperature dropped to 50 in an instant. I broke out in goosebumps and my teeth chattered. I was terrified. I'm not saying I wasn't, but it was suddenly very cold, too. Every creepy, haunted urban explorer video played in my mind, and I started hoping that it was just some squatter, but knew that wasn't the case. A squatter can't make your electronics stop working or freeze out a room. As these realizations dawned on me, something reached out from the pile of rubble that I was leaned against and wrapped impossibly long fingers around my bicep. Its grip was like icy steel, and I screamed higher than I knew my voice could go. I probably couldn't replicate it if I tried. I was so afraid that I thought I was going to pass out. It was pulling at me, like it was trying to bring me inside the pile of rubble. Just when it felt like my arm was going to break off, I heard a sweet sound, the sound of a truck and loud music. The grip vanished, and the air was warm again. Just like that, in an instant. My friend could hear me screaming, even over the music, and rushed inside with her flashlight. I was crying, and I couldn't explain what happened. She asked why I was sitting in the dark. I told her my flashlight wouldn't work. Of course, it worked fine once I tried to show her it wasn't working. My phone also came back on. No problems at all. Still at 50% battery. Fire and rescue came about 20 minutes later and got me out. It was hands down the most embarrassing and horrifying night of my life. It's going to be a long time, if ever, before I try urban exploring again. If I do pick the hobby up, it'll be only during the day and with a lot more caution. I've read the stories on here. Usually they end with something awful or someone losing their mind, being replaced, or worse. Those are the fears anyway. Maybe mine's a little different. Not less terrifying, just different. I want to start by saying that I've never really believed in the supernatural. Still not sure that I do. I'm a logistics coordinator for a moving company. I wear steel-toed boots and drink gas station coffee for fun. I'm not exactly the type to go chasing shadows. But this thing, this version of me, I've seen it 4 times now. Only ever in profile, never straight on. And the last time, it saved my life. The first time was in a parking garage, middle of the day, sun slicing through the concrete slats. I'd just come out of the dentist. My mouth was numb, brain was fuzzy. I got to the second level, and there I was, leaning against the far wall. Arm bent, foot kicked back like I was waiting for someone. I stopped walking. It was like recognizing someone you knew. It looked exactly like me. Same jacket, same posture, same little bend in the wrist I didn't realize I had until I saw it from the outside and looked down. But the head was turned slightly away. I couldn't see the eyes, just the slope of the nose, the mouth in resting concentration. I blinked, and it was gone. Nothing there but an oil stain and a candy wrapper drifting in the breeze. I figured I imagined that. I thought it was really weird, but I did move on. The second time was 2 weeks later. I was walking downtown, rushing toward the train. I glanced in a window. Some empty storefront with a for lease sign. And I saw myself inside. Same clothes, just there. It was like a delayed reflection, but the building was empty. No glass, just black space. And the face again half turned, like it was trying not to be caught looking back at me. That time, for some reason, it shook me. I started joking about it to my friends just to make myself feel better. Guess I got a twin stalking me. Hope he's hotter. That kind of thing. But I really couldn't shake it. Those off-angle glimpses of myself, not doing anything menacing, just watching. Then came the dreams. Not nightmares exactly, just flashes. Me, in profile, standing near places I hadn't been to in years. My high school football field, the corner booth at a diner that my mom used to take me to. It was always quiet and always still in these dreams. And then something changed. Last Thursday, I had a morning shift in one of our warehouse units. I was logging inventory and prepping a shipment to head across state lines. Same routine as always. The loading dock has this wide, corrugated ramp that leads out to the back lot. I was wheeling a dolly toward the open bay door when I froze. Standing just beyond the ramp next to the dumpster was me. Not close, maybe 20 yards off, but unmistakable. Same clothes. Posture was mine. The scar on my jaw from a bike accident at 16. I didn't need to get closer to know that it was there. But this time it was not the same. This time it moved. Not towards me. Away. Slowly turning its body without ever showing me the full face. And then it pointed. Just once. To the side of the ramp. A sharp, deliberate gesture. And then it turned and walked behind the dumpster out of sight. I didn't follow. My skin was crawling, legs locked in place. And then the dolly tipped slightly forward, and I snapped back into motion. I adjusted my grip, rolled down the ramp, and stopped. There was a hairline crack on the ramp that I'd never noticed before. At first, nothing major, but as I bent down, I saw that the concrete had buckled just enough at the bottom lip of the ramp. It had a 4-inch drop I hadn't accounted for. That might not sound like much, but if I'd kept going, pushing the weight that I had, the dolly would have hit that edge wrong, probably would have tipped, and me with it. Maybe a broken wrist, maybe worse. Could have knocked my head right into the steel bay frame, the kind of dumb accident people say freak after. I stopped, looked around. There was no one in the lot, no one but me. I marked the crack with hazard tape and got someone to help me move the heavier stuff. All day I couldn't stop thinking about it, though. Whatever that thing is or was, it didn't try to hurt me. It tried to warn me. It didn't speak or scream or anything crazy. It just pointed. And I listened. That's the part that I keep coming back to. I listened. I've started checking reflective surfaces without realizing it. Windows, puddles, metal siding, always from the side. I keep half expecting to see myself again, just out of sync, far enough to be real, but not real. I just don't know what it is. A guardian, a glitch, some fractured part of my own awareness. I know what I saw, though, and I know that because I saw it and because I followed it, I'm still here, uninjured, still alive. I guess whatever happens next, I can count on the fact that I'll be watching. Both of me, I guess. I never really gave much thought to Bigfoot, Sasquatch, or any of those kinds of things. Not until we bought our cabin a while back. Modest place, older construction, sits at the far edge of our property line, where the tree line thickens and doesn't stop. The entire back of the land is bordered by Olympic National Park, not the part where the welcome signs and parking lot maps live. I mean the deep part, the unmaintained part, miles and miles of wilderness that's almost completely untouched. There aren't even trails through this particular part. No reason for anyone to go out there unless they're a hardcore backpacker or trying to get lost on purpose. When we first bought the place, I didn't think entirely about what that meant. I just saw quiet woods and privacy. No neighbors, no traffic. It seemed perfect. But almost immediately after moving in, I started noticing things. Little things at first. The forest around here is dense, like can't see more than 10 feet ahead, dense. If you're not on a clear path, you're wading through ferns taller than your waist and brush that pulls at your arms. It's really beautiful, but it does feel like it's swallowing you. And more than once while walking my dog near the property line, I got the strong sense that something was there. I'd stop and listen, try to hear movement, but nothing. Not a bird or a branch. Just this low, pressing quiet. Made me want to turn around and head back inside. It's wise to keep your head on a swivel. There are mountain lions to worry about after all. But then there were the knocks. I didn't know what they were at first. They were just these loud, sharp cracks, like someone smacking a bat against a tree. I assumed at first it was distant construction, maybe some kind of animal fighting, but they would come at odd times. Midnight, 3 a.m., once at dawn. It was definitely echoing from somewhere deep in the trees, not where construction would be. It was always just a few knocks, spaced out. Never close enough to see what was making it, but loud enough that I could feel it in my chest. My partner brushed it off, said it was just nature. Maybe it was, but we started hearing whistling. One night we were sitting on the deck, quiet night. The stars were out. There wasn't even any wind, and there was this long, rising whistle floating out from the trees. High-pitched, almost human, but not quite. It stopped both of us mid-conversation. "What the hell was that?" she asked. I had no idea, but it kept happening. A few times a month, maybe. Always in the dead of night. Always from somewhere just past where the backyard light fades into the brush. We sort of stopped sitting out there at night for a while. When we got the courage to basically start going out there again, something started throwing rocks. It was obvious that something was throwing them. Nowhere else they could have come from. Twice while chopping wood or walking the back path, I've had baseball-sized stones land within 10 feet of me. Not roll down a slope. They weren't falling from a tree, they were thrown with force. One actually hit the fence behind me. I never saw where it came from. Admittedly, that's when I started reading things, and there's no shortage of stuff to read on this topic, I assure you. That's basically what brought me to Reddit. I wasn't trying to watch the TV stuff, but I wanted real accounts. Forest rangers, hikers, hunters. And that's when I found this sub. So much of what I've read here matches what we've experienced. Almost too much. The knocks, the whistles, the rock throwing. Feelings of being watched. The smells, even. I never would have connected the dots myself, but once I saw the patterns, I don't know. It's hard to ignore. The weirdest thing that's happened so far was last fall. We were raking up the yard, clearing debris from the windstorm. I went inside to grab a drink, and when I came back out, something had left a dead rabbit, perfectly intact, on the edge of our deck. No blood, no wounds, just placed there, facing the door. Our dog didn't react. That's what really freaked me out. He didn't bark or growl, he just stood there, tail tucked, and refused to go near it. We burned the body and saged the property that night. I'm not superstitious, but it felt like the right thing to do. Obviously, I haven't gone around talking to the town about it. I don't want to be that guy. But I can't really pretend that something isn't going on. Whatever it is, it's out there. It seems smart. It always felt like it didn't want to be seen, but wanted us to know it was there. Apologies if this story feels scattered. Something new just happened, so I'm trying to get it all down before it leaves my brain, though I'm not sure that's ever going to happen. I guess I'm looking for advice. So first off, before tonight, 3 weeks ago exactly, my girlfriend Kayla and I experienced something strange while walking from my car to my house. Just as we approached the doorway, we both heard what sounded like laughter. We stood there silently for a moment, listening carefully. I think we both felt that the laugh wasn't one that we recognized. Even more so, it felt manufactured.
a combination of a high-pitched voice and an unnaturally low voice in unison. We didn't hear it again after standing there, so we thought nothing of it, decided to go inside. When we walked into the living room, I was expecting to see a movie being played on the TV, but instead, the TV was off and I see my best friend, his girlfriend, and one of her friends are all sitting around the coffee table in front of the couches. Probably playing Monopoly again. These two loved games, so I felt it was a safe assumption. When we walked in, the three of them practically jumped from sitting to a standing position, followed by exhales of relief when they set eyes upon the two of us. Who else did they think was going to be coming in anyway? I shrugged it off and we walked over to see what they were really up to. They'd reclaimed their seated positions, and as I got closer, I realized they were using a Ouija board. "What the hell?" I asked, almost laughing. My best friend responds while rolling his eyes. Julia's idea. His girlfriend's friend. I sort of laugh and tell him to have fun, and I start to walk to my room. But instead of following me, Kayla says that she wants to do it too. "Do what?" I asked. "The board." Before I could say anything, Julia pipes up. "Sorry, but we already started the session. It's bad luck to bring in newcomers mid-session." I laughed. I was sorry, but I couldn't help it. Was she serious? How could anything possibly be bad luck when it came to a board game? "Laugh all you want, but we can't just introduce someone new. Sorry." I guess part of me felt like they were making Kayla feel bad. I didn't know why, but it just seemed silly to me. But then Kayla said something that surprised me. "Oh no, I totally understand. I don't want to mess with something you guys already have going on. Next time, though." Everyone agreed, and then I was following Kayla to my room. We messed around, played video games for hours before finally deciding to go to sleep. Kayla fell asleep instantly. I, on the other hand, I couldn't shake this very uncomfortable feeling I had. Laying there, I tried to figure out why I was feeling this way. Without even really thinking, I was just looking around my room. The feeling, it was as if someone were watching me use the bathroom or something really personal. I was laying in bed and not half as vulnerable, but that's just how it felt. I felt like I was tossing and turning all night. In the morning, Kayla said that she woke up a few times. Each time, I was asleep. She sounded concerned, though, not just making an observation. So I asked her, "Did something happen?" Hesitantly, she tells me that, yeah, one of those times something did happen. There's a streetlight close to my house, specifically on my side of the house, and you can often get a glow of light in the room from it. The window itself appears lit up because of this. She was unable to fall back asleep and considered using the bathroom. Before getting out of bed, she had an intense feeling that she should look at the window. When she did, she saw a handprint form on the glass. Kayla told me it was as though someone had made condensation and then placed their hand there. She was only able to look at it for a couple of moments before it disappeared, just as a real handprint might do, under the same conditions. I was disturbed, honestly. My first thought wasn't even about the board, because, for the record, I'd never even bothered to consider what a Ouija board was, besides the basis of some scary movies. I thought someone was outside my window. I didn't want Kayla to think I didn't believe her, but I had to know, so I asked some clarifying questions. "You saw a hand form, but no hand? Like, was there a person standing out there, or?" She said that there was nobody there. The handprint appeared on its own accord, not attached to an entity or a person. I know Kayla well enough to know there's no reason for her to make this up. She didn't seem to be having fun anyways. She was actually expecting me to explain it to her. But how could I? I told her that I had no idea what the hell it could have been. Any chance it was a dream? Yeah, that question didn't go over well. I believed her, though. She described feeling like she was being watched after that. She said she almost woke me up. So what was it? A real person, a ghost, a demon, a dream? Honestly, it didn't matter at this point. Something did feel seriously wrong about the whole experience. I took her home later that morning, and on the way out, we see that the group had passed out in the living room. with the TV on and the board still open on the table. Huh, wow, Kayla said in almost disbelief at the sight. They didn't even put the board away? I sure as hell hope they said goodbye. On the ride to Kayla's house, she explained to me everything that she knew about Ouija boards. She said she trusted the group because they had started quoting rules when she asked to join. She assumed they knew what they were doing, but now she wasn't so sure. According to Kayla, spirit boards, as she calls them, are tricky. They have rules and they come with risks. She told me that she actually used one twice before, never had a negative experience. She'd followed the rules. I dropped Kayla off and she told me I needed to ask my roommates if they said goodbye and to also ask if they had any weird experiences since using the board. I was still sitting between skeptic and believer in this situation. I believed Kayla, but I'm just skeptical in general. I decided to look everything up that she told me, and I found it online. There's so much more information out there than I could have even imagined, like real stories of people using these boards and having seriously shitty luck, or genuinely terrifying experiences. One woman recounted that she'd been physically removed from her bed in the middle of the night after using one, and she had scratches on her leg and claimed that a demon had given them to her while yanking her out of bed. Sure, these could be fabrications, but the amount of information gave me major pause. Basically, I found several different sources that echoed what Kayla had said to me about the necessity of saying goodbye. What I didn't find were a ton of positive experiences. Even the ones that started that way seemed to end in horror. People believing they were talking to loved ones, only to realize that it was something else. So I asked my roommates, "Did you all say goodbye?" They all agreed that they had said goodbye, and that they hadn't had any strange experiences. I honestly don't know if I believe them. The following weeks were pretty uneventful, so much so that I started to feel like a nut for going down that rabbit hole. The only thing that hasn't gone back to normal was Kayla. She was no longer wanting to stay the night at my house, so we got into a routine of driving her home late at night, picking her up in the morning. Kayla lives with her parents about 2 miles away from my place. We both live in residential areas that are not heavily occupied. Our neighbors aren't stacked on top of each other. We've got space in between. But Kayla has a lot more space in between. And unlike my street, hers is a long stretch that eventually turns to gravel and has limited streetlights. Our routine is for me to park before the driveway and then walk her to the door. The reason for this is because her parents' bedroom is positioned in a way that any headlights in the driveway would shine directly into their room. So, cut to tonight. I parked my car under one of the few streetlights, and we got out to walk towards her house. A few steps away from the car, we're basically walking in darkness. This part hasn't ever scared us before, but tonight, we seemed to walk closer to one another, and we both seemed to pick up the pace at the same time. Walking through the darkness, maybe 30 feet from her driveway, we freeze. We'd heard that same manufactured laugh that we'd heard outside my house 3 weeks ago. The high-pitched voice seemed to scream over the lower, unnatural voice. But like the first time, in unison. I felt both of our bodies tense. The grip on each other's hands intensified. Without words, we both just booked it back to my car. I practically threw Kayla in the car and scrambled to the driver's side. After sitting in the car for what I consider to be too long, Kayla says that she thinks she wants me to drop her off in the driveway, explaining she doesn't mind if her parents wake up tonight. Once in the driveway, neither of us wants to budge, so I bite the bullet and I get out of the car. I get her out of the car and we practically run to her front door. I didn't want to admit it and still don't, but I was fucking scared. I told her that I would be fine though, and I would call her in the morning. I'm not even home yet, just sitting in my car at a brightly lit Shell station. No idea what I'm waiting for, and I know I'm not going to get any responses before I inevitably have to go home, but it sure would be nice to wake up to some answers. Is there any possible way that we're actually dealing with a demon? If that's even possible, what the hell do we do? There's a chance nothing else happens, but am I kind of screwed, seeing as this took place in my house? Like, Is it possible for something to attach itself to either one of us, even though we didn't touch the board? I guess the big question is, do I need to move?
This is not conventional therapy by any means. However, I tend to use this platform like it is. Mothers with incarcerated lovers. My son's name is Marco Jr. We call him MJ for short. His dad, Marco Sr., has been held at the LSP for half a decade. Round trips there and back close to 6 hours. It's not easy on the gas tank, but it's important to me that MJ gets to see his dad and have him be a part of his life in any way that he can before he's released, and he's seen as a stranger when he comes home. We try to make it up there at the end of the month, typically around payday, so I can fill my tank. Last weekend, we had the same plan. When we got there, me and MJ were searched as procedure, but right afterwards, they told us Marco's compound was on lockdown. That sucked. What a waste of gas, makeup, and effort. I wish that they had something on their website to update us with stuff like that. I was pissed, but nothing that we could do about it. So I turned around and we went back out to the car. Heading home, we were about an hour into our drive. I've been trying to keep the atmosphere light by playing his Wiggles CD, singing to every goddamn one of those songs, trying to distract MJ from sad feelings, questions that I didn't want to explain, because I really didn't know why Daddy couldn't come see us. The guard I spoke to wasn't like, oh, here's what's going on right now. I was equally in the dark, 2 peas in a pod, listening to the Wiggles. It's wild to be a parent and have to share these experiences with your child. I read a lot about adverse childhood experiences after Marco got arrested. It's called an ACEs test. I got a pretty decent score. I'm sure Marco would too. The generations of trauma pass down to the next. My goal as a parent is for MJ to check off less of those boxes, get a lower score on this thing than I did. So, we're driving, and in between songs, as one's fading out, I can hear MJ playing with paper. Trying not to divert my attention from the road for too long, I quickly looked over to see him messing around with an envelope. I ask, where'd you get that from? He said a guard gave it to him. I'm like, what? When did they do this? MJ was by my side the whole time, and other than the woman I was working with, there wasn't anyone else around us. For sure not within the proximity of slipping my son a letter. Adding to the weirdness, when I asked what they looked like, MJ described someone that I for sure didn't see in there. He said this guard had broken sunglasses, like one of the lenses was missing in the frames, and the eye that he could see was all black. He actually portrayed this guard as scary looking. MJ also said that he knew his name. The guard called out to him to get his attention. He said, "Hey, MJ." When he turned around, the guard handed him the envelope and walked away. How could I have not seen this happen? If it wasn't for the physical proof he was holding in his hands, I would have just gone along with his imagination. Instead, I gently snatched the envelope out of his hands to get a closer glance at it. But when I saw the envelope had a familiar handwriting, it said, "Love, Marco." I put on my hazards and pulled off the road so I could mentally process MJ's weird story and figure out what was inside the envelope. It was, in fact, a letter from Marco. He would always write us a big front and back letter for me and MJ to read when we got home, filled with positive updates about the progress he's making with work, funny stories, and mostly how much he loves and misses us. It was also dated that day. I thought that Marco must have given the letter to a CO, asked him to deliver the message to us when he got there. It's beyond me. Regardless, I eventually ignored its creepy delivery and was just happy to see what we got. After figuring out it was a letter from Daddy, MJ wanted to still wait until we got home that night to actually read through it. So, we got back on the road, finished the last leg of the trip, full discography of the Wiggles all the way back to Yummy Yummy. Marco would call from jail a few days later, and it only piqued the creepiness of this whole letter thing to like a brand new level that neither of us could make sense of. So, they had that lockdown the day of our visit. I spoke to Marco on the phone that morning, telling him to plan on us being there close to 6. Marco wasn't involved, but he said that there was a huge fight that broke out before noon. Guards knew that it would only escalate between the two groups, so they shut the whole yard down, put everyone back in their cells. When the COs performed a count to make sure everyone was in their cells, they discovered 2 prisoners unaccounted for. That had everyone on staff running around looking for them. When Marco saw a CO named Lewis walk by his cell, he stopped him, asked Lewis the favor of giving us the letter if he saw us that day. He told him what time we were going to arrive and showed him a picture of us that he had. Marco said that he and Lewis were cool with each other, so Lewis took the letter. When I let him know that NJ got to meet him when we were there, Marco said that wasn't possible. I told him, well, somebody else gave MJ your letter then, but it was delivered, and we read it right when we got home. I then told him what the letter talked about to solidify that yes, we did get it, and yes, we did read it. Marco, again, almost defensively, replies that it wasn't possible for us to have received the letter because it was delivered back to him later that next day while they were still in lockdown. Marco says that the prisoners that went missing, they didn't get too far, and Lewis had been the first officer to find their hiding spot. The inmates, they strangled and stabbed him before the other COs could come to his rescue. Marco said that Lewis was a really good guy that all the inmates liked. Everyone was shaken up about it. I'm on the other end of the phone line, obviously doing my best to console him because he sounds genuinely affected by the passing of Lewis, but in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, this is crazy. I have this letter around here somewhere. So while we're on the phone and I'm listening to him talk and reminisce about Lewis, I'm tearing apart the house looking for this letter to prove I'm not crazy. But I can't find it. Not in the house. Not in the car. MJ didn't know where it went either. I did a more extensive search after I got off the phone with no better luck. Now it's been over a week, and neither MJ or I have seen that letter since, though both of us know that we had it at one point in time. So, what now? Just let it go, right? Don't dedicate my life to solving this mystery of the teleporting letter and Lewis the ghost. I'm sure obsessing over this would traumatize MJ, add to his already growing ACE score. So, just let it go, right? Right? But wow, that's a hard thing to swallow and just keep on moving like my perception of reality hasn't been glitterified. And since I can't seem to let it go, I'm sharing my story here. I don't really know why, but maybe somebody else has had an experience with a teleporting letter. I was a patrol officer in Essex County for 27 years. You get used to strange calls, drunks in trees, missing pants reports, the usual Jersey weirdness. But there's the darker ones, or the weirder ones, and the ones that I still think about. Overbrook Hospital, Cedar Grove, spring 2013. At that point, the facility had been closed for years. Most buildings were condemned, and the county had been going back and forth about what to do with the land. But the place was a magnet for trespassers. Ghost hunters, teens, people filming shaky paranormal YouTube videos, you name it. Normally, we'd just issue a warning or escort them out. Simple. I'm sure most calls are like that still, but this call wasn't simple. It was a Thursday night, just after 2 a.m., and I was the closest unit when dispatch got a call from an unknown number. It was just static, a garbled male voice saying, "Help," and that was it. The call pinged from inside the Overbrook property. Now, 911 misdials and prank calls weren't uncommon from there. We chalked it up to kids spoofing numbers, but protocol said that I had to check it out. So I pulled up to the main entrance, parked just outside the gates, and started the walk in with my flashlight and radio. There was no moon out that night, so it felt extra dark, colder than it should have been. As I got closer to the admin building, my radio crackled and cut out. I tried 3 channels, but there was nothing. And then I heard a faint metallic clang echoing from inside. I called out, thinking maybe somebody had gotten trapped or injured. No response. I pushed through the broken door and stepped inside. The air changed the second I crossed the threshold, though. And I mean changed. It was like stepping into a basement freezer. Heavy, damp, still. My breath clouded, and it wasn't even that cold outside. I made my way down the hallway, calling out every few steps. I passed old exam rooms, waterlogged records, rusted wheelchairs, all the normal, creepy stuff. It basically looked like a scary movie. The place was falling apart, but that wasn't what made me uneasy about it. It was the quiet. That night, it was a deep kind of quiet. And then I heard footsteps above me. Someone was pacing. I followed the sound to the stairwell that led up to the old West Wing, a section that was sealed off decades ago after a boiler failure killed a bunch of patients. Everyone local knew that story. The stairwell was blocked with a folding gurney jammed across the steps, but I could still see through the railing. The upper landing was empty, until it wasn't. A figure stepped into view, thin, barefoot, gown flapping slightly in the draft. I called out, raising my light, told them to stay where they were. The figure turned, and I still don't know what I saw, but it looked like a man. But his eyes were cloudy, his lips were blue, his skin blotchy, in a way that skin shouldn't be, with frostbite across his face and maybe his arms. His mouth was opening, like he was trying to say something. He wasn't moving, but I heard footsteps from behind me. I turned fast, but nothing was there. When I looked back up the stairs, he was gone, and then my flashlight did a flicker before dying. I don't remember running, but I must have. I came to in my cruiser. My door was wide open. My heart was racing. My backup officer arrived 10 minutes later, found me just sitting there, white as a sheet, staring straight ahead. I never filed the full report. I just marked it as a cleared trespassing call. I know how it sounds. I wasn't ready to admit on paper what had happened, but I've never forgotten it. Don't think you ever can forget something like that. When I was little, I spent a lot of time at my grandparents' house, who loved to save everything. So their living room was a mix of old furniture, faded rugs, and a faint smell of mothballs. But the centerpiece, at least for me, was the television. It wasn't a new model for the time or anything, just a bulky secondhand set that they'd picked up when I was maybe 5 or 6. My grandmother was quite proud of it. She'd gotten it for next to nothing from a shop in town. The screen had that thick glass front that reflected the whole room when it was turned off. I used to sleep on the couch in front of it when I stayed over. At first it was exciting, like a little adventure, but after a few nights I started refusing. Because sometimes when the room went dark, and the TV screen turned into a mirror, I'd see a face. It wasn't my face, or any that I recognized. I'd lie there, blanket pulled to my chin, watching the dim reflection of the curtains, the lamp, the edge of the couch. And then out of nowhere, there it would be, a face hovering in the glass, pale, featureless in some ways, yet sharp enough to make my stomach drop. It wasn't my grandparents checking on me, and it wasn't a trick of the light. The first time it happened, I thought that maybe I'd been half asleep. But the second time, when I woke up with that prickle of dread, and I saw it staring from the TV, I bolted upstairs. I begged to sleep in the guest room instead. My grandparents didn't argue. I think they just chalked it up to me being a jumpy kid, scaring myself. After all that, I tried to avoid falling asleep in front of it, but kids don't always get to choose. And on nights when I drifted off in the living room, waking up was terrifying. Usually the face would already be there when my eyes would open. Faint but clear, watching. I'd move at first to catch a glimpse, and then I'd lie perfectly still, too scared to blink, until I couldn't take it anymore. I squeezed my eyes shut. I remember praying that I'd wake up again in the daylight. I never told my grandparents exactly what I was seeing. I just said that I didn't like the TV at night. My grandmother would laugh and say, "You don't have to watch it, honey." But it wasn't about watching. It was about being watched. The odd thing is, the house itself never felt haunted. I never heard strange noises, never felt cold spots. I never saw anything out of place. Nothing until that TV. Whatever it was, it seemed to be tied to that one object, a secondhand TV that had belonged to someone before it came into my grandparents' home. As I got older, you do what you do. Convince yourself it was in your head. Kids see things in the shadows or in reflections, but deep down I do think I always knew better. Dreams fade and memories warp, but this stayed crisp, like a scar in my mind. I never questioned what I saw. I just never really told anyone. Years later, long after my grandparents had passed, I thought to ask about that TV. I asked my mom what happened to it. She shrugged, said that it was probably donated again, or tossed out when they cleaned the house. Just another piece of junk. That unsettled me more than anything, actually. Somewhere out there, someone else might have picked it up, set it in their living room, stared into the same thick glass screen, and maybe saw what I saw. I'll never know, though. All I can say is this: it wasn't the house, and it wasn't my imagination. It was the television, or whatever was inside of it. I've always kind of been fascinated by the mysteries of the deep sea, so when the opportunity arose to scuba dive in the murky depths of the Puget Sound, I couldn't resist. I knew very little about scuba diving, but I'd had an instructor with me, two in fact, as well as a small group of other very beginner divers. It was a super misty morning. The layer of fog was still over the water when we'd walked our way in. I was from Everett, but Mukilteo practically sits right beside it, but it's got some of the most beautiful views, and a spot well known for diving. Right between a beautiful hotel and some off-limits oil docks. The area is rather peaceful, to say the least, compared to the main beach or the lighthouse park. I found myself descending into the chilly waters off the coast. We weren't head under quite yet, but I could hardly wait to explore the world just beneath me and surrounding me. There was a period of time where I felt so comfortable I almost lost focus on the instructor and what they were saying. Luckily, it was all repeated. Finally, submerged. It was much quieter than I expected it to be. Only the sound of my own breathing through the gear mingled with the almost eerie silence. I navigated the underwater space through the kelp forests. I realized It was also darker than I expected. Everything, including myself, swayed with a gentle current. I was calm, and then I wasn't. An unexplainable unease began to settle within me. It was as if an invisible force would snatch me into the darkness at any given moment. It felt as if I was being watched, for sure. I tried to tell myself, you're with people. It's probably just an actual person. Though I knew deep in my gut, the same gut screaming for me to get away. There wasn't a fellow diver in those dark shadows of the water, but someone, something, watching my every move, was in the shadows. Just as I was about to resurface, a spectral figure materialized before me, underneath the surface. The ghostly apparition was unlike anything I'd ever seen. Translucent and ethereal, much lighter than the shadow it seemed to emerge from. It shimmered with an otherworldly glow. And at first, I thought it was some sort of jellyfish, but I saw its eyes, as piercing as any bright light. Just for a moment, they were fixed on me, causing me to increase my speed to the surface. Still, I was so curious about what I'd seen. Surely those weren't eyes. Now that I'd had a moment to think, I considered that maybe I had in fact seen another diver, that the light had been their headlamp, too, somehow. I didn't have mine on at the time, but maybe I should have. I lowered myself closer to the seabed, trying to capture a glimpse of its presence again. But as I descended, to my sheer horror, the apparition was directly in front of me. At first, I thought it was mirroring my movements, but I realized, whatever it was swimming away. I rose to the surface again, realizing most of the divers were to the northeast of me. I was the furthest back. I swam closer to the group and descended underwater. I realized even from a distance the divers were much clearer. I could see their details clearly underwater. They weren't remotely transparent or shimmering in any way. I decided to try my luck one more time. I swam back in the direction I just explored, but I felt someone grab my leg. I was completely unprepared for the sensation, and it caused me to panic underwater. Summoning some remaining courage, I propelled myself away from the grip on my leg, my heart pounding in my chest. And even though I had oxygen, I felt like I couldn't breathe, like I needed air. I felt it again, a strong pull on my leg. The water's current seemed to conspire against me, suddenly pushing me further into the sound, away from the safety of the surface, further away from the rest of the group. Just as I thought all hope was lost, an eerie stillness settled around me. There was no longer a grip on my leg, and I seized the opportunity to swim upwards with all of my might. Breaking through the surface and touching shore, I removed my headgear and gasped for air. Up to that point in life, I'd almost drowned twice. Been stung by a kind of jellyfish that hurt, and been thrown from a four-wheeler into a metal shed. But at that moment, my body was trembling with a mixture of adrenaline and relief like I'd never felt before. I don't doubt that the Puget Sound is a beautiful ecosystem worth exploring, and it's got several good spots. I've just never been back to that spot in particular. The memory of the underwater encounter, it's still vivid in my mind. I decided that I didn't really need to know what it was. Honestly, the moment it tried to pull me under or away, just pull it all, I was done. This happened the summer my daughter turned 4. She was obsessed with her blue kiddie pool, the inflatable kind with cartoon sea creatures printed on the sides. I'd set it up in the backyard like I always did, half in the sun, half in the shade. A decent compromise so I didn't have to slather her with SPF 80 every hour. I filled the pool with a hose, tossed in a few plastic toys, and she splashed around for a solid hour while I read a book nearby. We went inside around lunch. She had a nap. The pool sat untouched for the rest of the day. And then around 6 p.m., I got a text from my neighbor, Janie. It said, "Hey, your kiddie pool is bubbling." I read it twice, confused. Bubbling? It wasn't plugged into anything. No jets or heater. There was no reason it should be doing anything other than sitting there being filled with stale hose water. So I went out to check, and sure enough, the pool was moving, rippling, almost violently, like something underneath was trying to get out. But there was no wind. The air was still. Even the wind chimes on the porch were quiet. At first I thought maybe a squirrel or a bird had gotten stuck under the liner, until the center of the pool bulged upward. I stood there. The bulge shifted, and from the waterlogged bottom of the pool, something began to press up, hard. I watched, completely still, as a small hand pushed against the plastic from underneath. Not a child's hand. This was something pale and long. It was almost gray. Its fingers, there was only 3 of them, tipped with tiny black points. It pressed against the pool wall for maybe a second, 2 at most, before slipping back down and disappearing. Then, like a balloon losing air, the pool deflated. The water drained out through some tears, leaking into the grass. A few of the toys floated to the edge and rolled out onto the ground. Eventually, I got close enough to peek under the pool. Nothing. There were no creatures, no holes, no animal, just soaked grass. The pool was in perfect condition, but even that seemed wrong. The grass, the patch in the middle, the exact spot where the hand had pushed up, it was too perfect. It wasn't flattened, just dry, as if the water had avoided it entirely. The soil beneath was cracked, like it hadn't seen moisture in months, even though I'd just dumped gallons of water onto it. I didn't say anything to Janie. What was I supposed to text back? "Yeah, thanks for the heads up. There's a demon living in my backyard now." Instead, I just tossed the pool into the trash bin, tried to forget about it, decided I'd get a new one. The yard, however, wouldn't let me forget about it. That circle of dead grass never went away. No matter how much I watered it, reseeded it, dug it up, replaced the soil, it stayed dead. A perfect pale ring, maybe 3 feet across. The weeds and the bugs won't even live there. It's just this strange, stubborn patch of nothing. We stopped using that part of the yard altogether. My daughter didn't even really like to play near it anymore, which, that's scary. She said it gave her a sad tummy, which, honestly, same. The few times that people have pointed it out to ask what happened, we just said we weren't sure, that it's always been like that. Eventually, I convinced myself that it was just one of those weird things, maybe a gas bubble from under the soil, maybe some bizarre water pressure situation that tore the pool and nothing more. But the hand, the fingers, those I can't explain. This happened my freshman year when I was stuck in the temporary housing dorm while they figured out where to put everyone. Maybe you had a similar setup at your college. Boxes in the hallway, communal bathrooms that smell like a science experiment. I tried to treat it like part of the chaos of college life, but whatever was in that room made it feel like more than that. I moved in mid-August. Room was small. Bed, desk, a tiny window that looked over the quad. I had one of those half-week roommates who left for orientation stuff, so most nights I was alone. The first couple of nights were fine. Loud hallways, freshmen yelling, normal college chaos, right? Then on about night 3, I woke up choking. Not literally choking, but like someone had wrapped my chest in a heavy blanket. I bolted upright and the room felt odd. It was cold, but not just the temperature. Like an absence of air. There was a smell, too. Rotten eggs. It hit the back of my throat and made my stomach churn. I figured it was the pipes or the communal laundry or some freshman cooking disaster. Dorm life is gross. I wrote it off, and I went back to sleep with my lamp on. It kept happening. Same pattern. I'd sleep, have a dream where something dark grabs my ankle or slides across my back, and I'd wake up with that weight pressing on me. Sometimes I'd hear whispers so soft I couldn't make out the words. Other times, nothing, just the smell and that pressing sense. The whispering was the worst because it felt like someone was reading a page from my head and softly laughing. The night I actually saw something or felt it, because you never get a clear "I saw a monster" moment in these things. I dreamed a black clawed hand wrapped around my ankle and jerked me awake. I sat up so fast my lamp slapped the desk. I swear to you, I could still feel fingers like ice to the bone on my ankle. I grabbed at my leg. I found a small shape, scratched just above the shoe line. Not deep, just red, and definitely new. I was freaking out, so I got up, cleaned it, iced it with my water bottle. I told myself that it was just a scratch, maybe from my nail. I knew it wasn't true, though. I was too embarrassed to tell anyone, obviously. The mornings were the worst, though. I dragged myself to class with that tired, hollow feeling that people joke about with finals. Except this wasn't finals fatigue. This was like grief pressing flat into my ribs. I started to get really low. Not the college blues, it was too early for that. Low, but a heavy hopelessness. I told myself it was stress. I told myself a lot of things. I didn't tell my parents because I didn't want to sound insane or ungrateful. After the scratch night, I started to pray quietly, which is not really my thing. But I kept whispering, "Please don't let me have to stay here much longer," before falling asleep. I felt ridiculous doing it, but it was the only thing that felt like taking action. That night, I almost felt it. Like a physical lightening, or like someone had put something warm over me, taken the weight off the end of the bed. I woke up the next morning, and I knew something was going to be different. I didn't tell myself anything official, but I noticed my mood lift a fraction. Within about 24 hours, my housing assignment changed. I don't know if someone called placement, or if it was luck. Prayers answered, whatever. But I got an email. "You've been assigned. Move to 2B. Roommate assigned." The new room was across campus, a new building with people who actually volunteered to be friends, and a roommate who liked plants and mug cakes. It honestly felt like heaven after all the fear. I don't want to be dramatic and say that the moment I packed my bags, the place sighed and the devil left, but honestly, that's almost exactly what it felt like. The sulfur smell wasn't in my new place. There was no whispers. Never had another random scratch. My sleep was normal again. That heavy, sour sadness melted like fog. I ran into one of the girls from the temporary dorm months later at a campus event. She asked how I liked my new place, and I made some joke, and she smiled. I thought about telling her about the scratches or the whispers, but I didn't. People have reasons to tell these stories. For attention, they say. For meaning, whatever. I was done giving it airtime, though. I'd had enough by that point. And whether it's because I stopped talking about it or because it was attached to that place, I've never experienced anything like it again. And for that, I'm extremely grateful. At my high school, there was one building that was older than the rest. It was the smallest building on campus, and by the time I went there, it was only used for woodshop and mechanics, 2 classes I never took. Rumor had it that the bathrooms over there were disgusting and horrifying, and that if you were between portables in the newer buildings, you might as well hold it and keep going. Avoid at all costs was sort of the mantra. Easy enough, each building has ample bathrooms that weren't so far away from each other. It was possible. Easy enough until junior year. Junior year, my boyfriend was in mechanics, 6th period. Since I had a free period, I would visit him in that building all the time. The teachers in these areas were, for lack of a better word, more chill. They didn't care about your hall passes, if you should or shouldn't be there. They just cared that you wore safety gear while you were inside the actual shop. One day, I'd already made my way to the shop. I'd already put on the gear and realized I had to pee. I remembered the lore behind this horrific bathroom, but I figured, how bad could it be? I gave a wave to my boyfriend and headed towards the bathroom. It sat between the mechanic shop and the wood shop, tucked in the back of a hallway lined with small lockers for students to hold their belongings. The first thing I wasn't a fan of was how cold it was in there, and that the lights didn't automatically turn on like the other bathrooms. It was old, all right, but all in all, I wasn't seeing what the big deal was. Once I got the lights on, I didn't see anything that stuck out as immediately more disgusting than any other public restroom. I even felt comfortable putting my goggles on the counter. They looked clean. So I go about my business, and as I'm finishing up, I hear the sound of hard plastic bounce and hit the tile floor, followed by a couple of distinct footsteps. Naturally, I freeze because, what the fuck? I lean down as far as I can from my seated position and confirm the sound was my goggles hitting the tile, but I didn't see anything to explain the footsteps. Not gonna lie, I was creeped out, so I sped things up and got myself into a slightly less vulnerable position. As soon as I flushed the toilet, the lights went out. At first, I assumed it was a timer or something, but the more I stood there in the dark, I questioned my own logic. They weren't like the other buildings. This had to be my boyfriend fucking with me. Looking under the stall wouldn't do me any good now in the dark, so I jumped out of the bathroom stall in an attempt to scare my boyfriend or whatever other creep was inside. Nobody screamed, so I lunged for the light switch and turned the lights on, only the switch was still flipped upwards. The lights should have been on. I quickly opened the door to see if anyone else was around, but it was empty, and all the other lights in the building were on. It was quiet. Then, I heard the sound of rushing water. The sound of a toilet flushing. It scared me so much that I literally just ran out of the bathroom and towards the end of the hallway. I turned around and just stood there for a moment. I thought if someone else was there that they would walk out any second, and then I could just move on. After a couple of minutes, I figured I might as well go check it out. Grab my goggles, wash my hands, see who the fuck was in there. The first thing I noticed was the light switch was now flipped down. Maybe I did that in my panic. I couldn't remember, so I flipped them on. They did as lights should do and turned on. I grabbed my goggles and noticed that all of the stall doors were open. Before washing my hands, I thought, let's just see if maybe one of these toilets is an automatic flush. I can accept faulty wiring or poor plumbing. Except not. They were all the same toilet. The bathroom was old, and for all I knew, these were the original toilets. Nothing automatic or fancy about them. Washing my hands, I was still trying to run through any and all possibilities in my head. I decided that I would stay in there for a moment, see if the lights did the same thing. I walked into the same stall and sat there for a while. I got my phone out and set a timer for 5 minutes. I knew that was far too long, but figured it was better safe than sorry. Sitting there, even in the light, I decided there was something horrifying about this bathroom. It just had nothing to do with its hygiene. The light stayed on, but as I sat in silence, I started to hear small sounds. I wasn't imagining them. I could hear the sounds of the shop in the distance, people laughing, metal clinking, but I also heard footsteps from within the bathroom, the unmistakable sound of someone walking. And this time, I realized it was 3 steps clearly, and the 4th one faded out. I was so entranced by this realization that I forgot to be scared for a moment, until my alarm went off, causing me to nearly drop my phone in the toilet. I managed to save it that time, but moments after, before I could leave the stall, I felt someone tap my shoulder. It was so clearly the feeling of someone's finger tapping me that I screamed. I proceeded to actually drop my phone in the toilet. Retrieving the phone became my new focus. I grabbed my phone, dried it off the best I could before leaving, but I listened once more. I heard nothing. I was pissed that I hadn't thought to record it before my phone became waterlogged, and I was pissed about the phone too. I stomped out of the bathroom and went to tell my boyfriend what had just happened, but the whole class was gone. I walked through the shop and towards the back outdoor garage. The entire class had been out there for at least 10 minutes. They were working on oil changes today, so my boyfriend, along with a few others, were currently under the shop vehicles working. I decided to cut out and head back to the main building towards the library. I still couldn't believe everything that had happened. I texted my boyfriend that he could find me at the library, and eventually he did. I finally told him everything, and instead of taking me seriously, he laughed and said that they all assumed I was just taking a shit. I was not impressed, so I basically kept my little ghost story to myself after that. And honestly, truly, secretly wished that someday, whatever it was, would scare the shit out of him too. Unfortunately, I never got that satisfaction, and something tells me that even if something did happen, none of those guys would have ever said a word. Either way, that place was haunted or something. I stuck to using any other bathroom for the remainder of my high school career, because sure, it's fun to think about now, but at the time, it was scary as fuck. Always been curious if anyone else ever experienced anything there. It's been up and running for a long time. I've also wondered if I just so happened to talk to the one guy too stupid to realize if something was haunted or not. Who knows, but thanks for reading. Okay, I got a story about a girl named Mary and her goat. I grew up in an Amish community, but I never went back after Rumspringa. I warn you all now, I'm more than happy to answer questions about Mary and her lamb, but I had a hard childhood, so if people start flooding the comment section with stupid questions about life in the 1800s, this post is getting deleted. So, Mary was my age, and we were friendly but not particularly close. In fact, that's how Mary was with everyone. The only living creature she shared a connection with was that damn goat. I think it was possessed by something, but you can decide for yourselves. When we were 11, Mary's goat was born and rejected by its mother. It's rare, but it happens. Sometimes one of the other mothers might adopt the outcast, but that wasn't the case here. Mary's father wanted to put the goat down. That's just how they handle that sort of thing. But Mary threw a fit, and her parents decided that it would be good for her to learn a hard lesson, so they agreed. She named the goat Cotton and treated it like a human. At first, it was like her own baby. She cooed and cawed at it and pulled it everywhere in a wagon. Then, as it grew older, it became more like her friend. It followed her to school, to town, to church, everywhere. She didn't even have to tie it up. It would just sit outside waiting for her to return. Finally, when we were 13, she began treating it more like a parent. She was afraid to linger after school because Cotton might get angry, or she would become unreasonably upset if Sunday service was taking too long. Everyone knew it was a problem by then, but her parents didn't know what to do. They didn't expect it to survive, but once it did, they couldn't very well take it away from her. Plus, looking back with an adult's perception, I think they were scared of it. I bet that they had some terrifying experiences while living with it for years.
At first, it just creeped people out. Everyone, including me, felt like the look in its eyes was a little too knowing. I understand how that sounds, but I literally mean everyone. I just can't explain it, except that when he looked at you, it felt exactly like a human stare, like it really saw you. Then there was the weird stuff that would happen when it was around. One Sunday, we had a picnic after church. All the kids played while the parents talked and visited. I was with Mary, Cotton, and 3 other kids. One was a boy our age named Peter, who was known for climbing trees, especially the one that we were gathered around. He didn't even climb as high as he usually did. He just sat on one of the lower branches while we all laughed and joked. Then he said something about the goat that involved cooking him with his grandmother's special sauce. Cotton was eating grass right in the middle of our little group, but we all watched as it stopped and turned its attention upwards. The branch Peter was sitting on, and only that branch, suddenly began to shake. There was no wind whatsoever. Nothing else moved, and it didn't shake dramatically or anything, just enough for Peter to lose his balance. We screamed when he fell, and the adults rushed over. He broke his arm, but was otherwise fine. On a separate occasion, my dad was helping the other men build a new barn when Mary came along with her goat. She was bringing her father some lunch, but one of the other men began giving her a hard time about Cotton being in the way. He was just an ornery old man who didn't like children, but most kids didn't have a demon goat to take offense. A few minutes later, that same man fell from the top of a ladder and broke his back in 2 places. There were a ton of stories like this about Cotton. I could spend hours listing them all, but I'm trying to stick to incidents that I or my family witnessed firsthand. The kid who lived next door to Mary said that he once looked out his window to see the goat walking on its 2 legs in the middle of the night. But I don't know if he was telling the truth, and I don't want something like that to take away from the very real issues our community experienced with this thing. By age 14, none of the other kids wanted anything to do with Mary. We avoided her like a plague, and Cotton seemed to prefer it that way. He especially hated other males. If anyone but Mary's father approached her, the goat would lower its head and try to ram them with its horns. Then there was the night Mary's family lost 7 cattle. I'll never forget the next morning when their neighbor came knocking at our door. He was gathering the men to help dispose of the bodies and Cotton. My mother made me stay inside that day. All the women and children had to, while my father didn't return until late that night. I stayed up so I could eavesdrop on my parents' conversation. Otherwise, I would never know what really happened out there. When Mary's father went out to the pasture that morning, he discovered 7 cows lying dead in a perfect circle, and the goat standing in their center. It didn't move or make a sound as he approached. It only stared at him. He said it felt like Cotton wanted him to come into the circle, like something was pulling at him. When he came to his senses, he was much closer than he believed himself to be, and he was officially done with that goat. He retrieved his rifle, but the weapon wouldn't fire. That's when he got his neighbor, but they had no better luck with the other man's rifle. Finally, they threw a rope around Cotton's neck and drug it into the woods. But just as they began taking it away, Mary ran from the house screaming. Her mother had kept her away all this time. She shouldn't have known anything about what was happening. But somehow, she did. The neighbor's son had to help keep her inside while her goat was dragged into the woods. My dad said it sounded human, that the further they took it, the more it sounded like a frightened child. But when they reached a clearing and tied it to a tree, it suddenly began to sound like some kind of demon. Even tied up, it fought them every step of the way. Several men were cut by its horns, and one man inexplicably cut his own hand instead of Cotton's throat. But eventually, they were able to kill it. My dad's voice became even softer when he described the black blood that first poured from its neck. It was only for a moment before it changed to the normal color, but for those who saw it, it was just one more impossible piece of evidence that Something wasn't right with that goat.
When I was in high school, my parents worked shifts at the hospital, so I was often home alone at night with my dog. On this particular night, it was around 10 p.m. My dad had already left and my mom was about to head out, leaving me alone for a few hours until he got home. As she was leaving, she pointed to a small pile of t-shirts near the stairs. My dog liked to lay on them, and she said, "Make sure you put these in the laundry hamper." The hamper was in their bedroom upstairs, so I bent down, scooped up the pile, and casually tossed it up the stairs. I didn't aim carefully, just threw it so they would land in the hallway, planning to grab it when I went to bed. My mom said goodbye, gave the dog a few pats, and then left. I called my dog to come upstairs with me, and we walked up together. But when I got to the top of the stairs, the laundry was gone. I checked my room first. Nothing. Hallway, nothing. Finally, I walked into my parents' room, and there it was, the pile of t-shirts, sitting neatly in the middle of the carpet. And trust me when I say, the layout of the house made that impossible. I hadn't thrown it anywhere near their bedroom. It should have landed right outside my door. Even if it had bounced weirdly, there was no way that it could have made it that far, at that angle, without someone physically moving it. Goosebumps crawled up my arms. My dog stood beside me, ears perked, staring at the pile. I hesitated before picking up the clothes, suddenly uneasy. And then I saw something. Underneath the pile, right where it had landed, was a small burn mark on the carpet, slightly larger than a quarter, darkened and sunken in, like something hot had rested there for quite some time. There was no smell, no smoke, just that perfect scorched imprint. I stood there for a moment, heart pounding. I'd been in this room every day. I would have noticed this mark before. I didn't really know what to do, so I just grabbed the laundry, tossed it in the hamper, and got ready for bed as fast as I could. I tried to sleep, tried to push it out of my mind, but I still think about it all the time, and I still don't have an explanation.
I can't help but wonder if a spirit is somehow making its presence known in our apartment. It all started when I suddenly felt a chilling sensation on my lower legs. I was sitting on the couch in the living room, and it was as if an icy breath brushed against my skin. It caused all the hairs on my body to stand up, and at that very moment, my daughter comes rushing to me, visibly scared and pointing towards the kitchen area where her little play kitchen is. She tells me it's too scary in there, still pointing to the kitchen. However, she doesn't elaborate, just cuddles up to me and doesn't move for the remainder of the afternoon until lunchtime. The combination of these two occurrences left me questioning my sanity because I felt scared. The feeling did eventually pass, but just a couple days later, something new started happening. The smell of smoke, repeatedly. There's nothing burning in the house, around the apartment. We don't have fireplaces, nothing. But the smell is so apparent, it might as well be happening inside the house. Deeply concerned after day 3 of this, I decided to confide in my best friend about the strangeness. I share with her that I've been repeatedly smelling smoke, as if a fire was burning in my room, even though there's no source of fire or smoke to be found. I told her at first I'd brushed it off as an oddity, thinking nothing more of it. But as the days go by, the scent of smoke returns, lingering in the air of my room. She's not as concerned as I am, understandable, but the smoke smell won't stop. The persistent phenomenon urges me to try and dive deeper into any possibilities. Driven by madness, curiosity, fear. No, it's fear. I researched online the best that I could for all possible explanations as to why I can smell smoke in my room when there's no logical source. As I immerse myself in the research, I get past all the obvious explanations that just don't fit my situation, and I'm led down a more paranormal path. Reading, I'm forced to imagine that it's possible we might have a ghost attached to our apartment, or worse, something attached to one of us. Last night, my daughter was in bed, and while I was busy feeding the dog, something extraordinary caught my attention. I glanced towards the entrance gate to our apartments, which I can see from my window, and there it is, a flickering flame, both big and small, just dancing in the darkness. This next part, I can't explain in a way that doesn't make me sound crazy, but it feels as if the ghostly entity is attempting to convey a message to me, using this display, or using fire as its medium. Witnessing this, I'm spinning in thoughts of both awe and apprehension. As I got closer to the window, the flames seemed to grow greatly, before disappearing entirely. Now, as a mother, I find myself standing at a bit of a crossroads. I'm for sure unsure about next steps. Part of me wonders if I should embrace this connection and even try to decipher potential messages being sent my way. But the other part of me says that I need to seek assistance in banishing this presence from our lives. The uncertainty weighs surprisingly heavily on my mind. I want to protect my family, provide a safe environment for my daughter. I can't afford to move right now, so what should I do? Any advice would be greatly appreciated as I navigate through this situation. Thank you. I'm a 20-year-old female and I just started my junior year of college. I've been listening to your channel for a couple of months now, but I didn't realize the stories came from your listeners until last week's episode. So when this crazy thing happened last night, I knew I wanted to send it in. I'm sorry it isn't more traditionally frightening, but I swear it's true. I tried to debunk it in every way that I could think of, but I just can't explain this. Now, you might be mistakenly thinking that I'm almost finished with school, but I'm a psych major here on a scholarship, so I still have a long road ahead of me. The bulk of my time is currently spent going to class, working in the cafeteria, and studying. I even study while I eat. And the only thing that gets me through it is listening to scary stories. I've always felt like a little bit of a psycho when saying that, but I think the people here will understand what I mean. That's why this is my kind of crowd. I know this all sounds like a long introduction, but I swear it's relevant. I need you to understand that YouTube is my main source of entertainment. I'm not some boomer who's confused by technology. I'm telling you, something weird happened last night. My roommate was out and I was up late studying, close to midnight or shortly after. With a YouTube playlist loaded on my Chromebook, it had been playing with no trouble for over 3 hours, and the current video had just ended. I'm too poor for YouTube Premium, so I have to deal with pressing skip ad occasionally. It's normally not worth mentioning, but this time, the second I pressed it, a female voice screamed, "Get out," loud enough to make me fall out of my seat. That part I'm certain of. The part I'm slightly less sure of is what I think I saw as I was falling. It looked an awful lot like a pale, transparent face had appeared on the screen. From the extremely brief glimpse I got, it looked feminine, but her eyes were missing. Or maybe they were just black. I can't be sure which. Either way, when I pulled myself off the floor, there was only my desktop screen. YouTube had crashed. Then, just as I got my playlist pulled up again, the closet door to my right slammed shut. It had been wide open. There was no draft, and it's never done that before or since. Just randomly closed all by itself. No, not closed. Slammed. I've not only never experienced anything paranormal in that dorm room, I've never experienced anything paranormal in my life. At first, I thought a second ad had started to play and then glitched. I searched on YouTube and Google, but I couldn't find any images or audio that were even close to what I heard. Next, I thought it was a prank, that I clicked a fishy link and now someone had the ability to screw with me. My brother is a computer engineer, and I may have made my story sound slightly more urgent to attain speedier service. I know, I'm an asshole, but I couldn't stand the idea of waiting. It didn't matter anyway. Eric returned my Chromebook with a clean bill of health. His best explanation for my experience is a stress-induced hallucination. I'm sorry, I just don't buy it. I don't think I could accept that even if the closet door hadn't slammed shut almost immediately after. I don't really mind the door or the voice as much as I do the face. That thing haunts me. I swear those eyes were blank sockets. I'm going to try to find out if anyone has ever died in my building, but I'm afraid to tell my friends about this. They're all psych majors as well, and I'm torturing myself enough in that department as it is. I really don't need them piling on. Half of me thinks I must be cracking, while the other half knows what I saw. It's maddening. Anyway, I'll send an update if anything new happens, or if I learn that some girl's eyes were brutally removed in my room. Meanwhile, thanks for reading my story. This is a long one. Sorry in advance if I ramble. My name is Smith, and I'm 32 years old. I'm a geneticist from Tucson, Arizona. I first met my fiancé Caleb when I was in high school, and I didn't believe that someone like me could ever be with someone like him, but he assured me, and he made me feel every day that I was the best person in the entire world. So much so that when 2015 came around and Obama legalized gay marriage, he proposed to me, and I said yes. Everything leading up to the wedding was fine, but I still had my doubts, insecurities, and on the day of our wedding, walking him down our rainbow-colored aisle, all of that went away. The ceremony was beautiful. My vows were basic, but Caleb's took my breath away. Unfortunately, I only got to be married for an hour, an entire hour of being happy. I had everything I ever wanted in my entire life, but as I said, that was short-lived. The car seating after the ceremony was as follows. Caleb's groomsman, Johnny, and his little brother, Declan, were in the back seat, and behind me, my rock, my bestie forever, Freya. The ceremony, it was as basic as you think it was. We left the church, and we had rice thrown and rainbow-colored confetti, which is what I was picking out of my cornrows when the accident happened. The last thing I remember was smiling up at Caleb and him telling me, well, mouthing the words that he loved me, infinity times infinity. We would tell one another that we loved each other infinity times infinity every day, and we meant it. No truer words ever spoken between two people. The last thing I remember clearly was Freya screaming for Caleb to watch out. I don't even know what happened. I had the feeling the car was flipping over. I would later find out that it flipped 3 times before landing roof up. As I'm asking myself, why am I looking up at the sky? Wouldn't that mean I'm on my back? And my body, why is it exploding in pain? Throughout all of the pain and grief and fear, there was Caleb's body on top of mine, whispering in my ear, "Baby, please, just stay awake. Keep your eyes open. There's an ambulance on the way. Baby, please stay awake." I couldn't. My entire world was enveloped in black, and I passed out. I woke up almost 5 days later. Numerous broken bones, broken wrists, 3 broken ribs, and a fractured eye socket. Declan was fine. He had a few scrapes and bruises. Same with John. Freya immediately came to my side and hugged me. She was crying into my chest, which hurt. She had a cast on her left leg and her right arm. First thing out of my mouth was, "Where's Cal?" Declan wouldn't even look at me. John started to cry as Freya knelt beside me and touched my cheek. "There was an accident," she whispered. "Cal went out a hero. Declan whispered when I looked at him, and I asked him what the hell he was talking about. He gave me a shocked look like he expected me to remember what happened. Freya asked me what was the last thing I remembered. I told her, leaving the church, people throwing confetti and rice at us, being happy. John just gave a loud sob and said, "He doesn't remember what happened. He doesn't remember the accident, Frey." Declan knelt down beside me and told me everything that happened. There was an accident. Some drunken idiot swerved in front of us in a panic, and in order to prevent an accident, Caleb swerved the car really hard, causing it to roll over, making impact with the car that he was trying to avoid as it hit his side. At the time, I didn't know that Caleb didn't have a seatbelt on, and the memory of him on top of me with the car, it came back. I started to see with blurry vision, and I realized my husband was gone. He risked his own life because it's just the type of dude my brother was, Declan said. I turned to my best friend and I beg her. I beg her to tell me that this isn't real. I break down, I start to cry. There's no consoling me. It was hard for me growing up gay, thinking that I would never meet someone, knowing that my family disowned me for the very fact of me wanting to live a true life. And then I met Caleb, this kind, gentle guy who actually seemed to want to spend time with me, to want to get to know me better. And I took all of that love that I had inside of me and I gave it all to him. And now I was back where I started, alone, broken. The hardest part of all of this was realizing that by the time I woke up, Caleb's funeral had already gone and passed. I didn't even get to say goodbye. I didn't even get to be there. His parents kept apologizing for having the funeral while I was unconscious. I kept telling them that it was fine, that it was okay. But deep down inside, I was a wreck. I cried almost every night, and to tell you the truth, I never really stopped crying. To say I loved Caleb is an understatement. Love is too small a word to describe what I felt about him, what I still do. And now here's the part of the story where shit gets really weird. Over the last 5 years, I've managed to get my PhD and overall try to be happy. I haven't taken my ring off. Every time I try, something always stops me. During the height of the pandemic, that's when shit got really weird. One morning, I decided that I was going for a run. I started to make a protein smoothie for before and after I got back, and while I was using the blender, putting my blueberries and bananas inside, I heard Caleb's voice. It shocked me at first because I wasn't sure if I heard what I had heard. Then when I turned the blender off to listen more carefully, I heard it again. "Babe, have you seen my keys?" I stepped back from the blender and covered my mouth. There were tears burning in my eyes. For context, you should know Caleb was always losing his keys. I wiped my tears away and told myself, "Smith, it's just your grief, bitch. Chill the fuck out." I went for my run, came back, and nothing else happened. Cut to that same night when I'd gotten out of the shower, put my pajamas on, and gotten into bed. I heard my front door open and close. I heard shuffling in the living room, and I immediately grabbed my Bowie knife. "Babe." I dropped the knife and stepped back. There's no fucking way this is happening again. The minute I reached for the door, my front door opened and slammed, which made me jump, of course. But then I got a little angry. Then I got really angry. I'm a big believer in the paranormal. Even as a scientist, I know that some things can't be explained by science. But I know Caleb, and I know that he wouldn't try to scare me like this. He wouldn't do this shit to me. So I started reading paranormal stories. I wanted to know what the hell was going on. Then I came across something called a mimic. Every story that I'd ever read while doing research correlated with my paranormal activity, verbatim. And I knew it was not my husband. Then one night when I was in bed going over notes for work, boring lab stuff, I heard the door slam.
which I found out was the door to my bathroom. I calmly looked up, got out of bed, stood direct while I tried to portray confidence, and I said very loudly, "Look, bitch, don't be slamming no doors you ain't paying for." And you're probably not going to believe me when I say that that's what I said, but I'm very bossy. I don't like anyone in my space disrespecting my stuff, and I'm not afraid to tell someone off. Boy, was that a huge mistake. After that, things escalated quickly. There were footsteps at night, things going missing and reappearing in the strangest of places. And then there was our wedding photo. It was supposed to be on my nightstand, but every morning when I woke up, it was in the middle of the floor of my living room. The knocking, the voices at night, it all started to ramp up. It's been 5 months of this. Cut to present day, September 2023. I started to get really depressed, and that's when I started to hear Caleb's voice again. It was small things at first. Usually I'd just hear him call me babe or ask me a question. I would ignore him, and then I would go into my bathroom and cry for hours. It was not the reprieve from grief that I thought I needed. It was making shit worse. So I called over my sisters, Saraya and Simone, and needless to say, they didn't really believe me. They thought I was grieving, and they weren't wrong, but I had to explain to them that I know what grief is, but that I've heard enough stories from my favorite YouTube channel to know what this is. Saraya laughed and looked at me, saying, "Really, YouTube? Are you really going to base your grief off of a scary YouTube story that you heard?" I kicked them out, and I went about my day. I don't speak to my parents, so there was no help that I could get from any outside source. That night, I heard it again, Caleb's voice. This time I was coming from the hallway from the bathroom. The light was turned on, so I couldn't understand why there was a voice coming from in there. This thing really likes to call me babe. I shuddered when I heard it, and I stopped down the hallway and slammed the door shut. I made one last desperate plea, which I really wish I would have just kept my mouth shut. "Look, bitch, I've just about had it with your mimicking bullshit. I know you're not Caleb, and I would really like for you to get the fuck out of my house, considering the fact that you're not even fucking paying rent here, and you're staying here for free, so please fucking leave." Yeah, I wasn't kidding when I said that I was pretty angry at this point. I had to make myself laugh in this situation, otherwise I was going to keep thinking that I was fucking insane. That was the moment that not only did my lights turn off, and my phone, but there was banging throughout my entire loft. It was the doors and the windows. My neighbor, who's a good friend of mine, his name is Levi. He came by the loft. Well, he barged into my loft, to put it perfectly accurately. "Smith, are you okay?" he asked. Once he entered the loft, the knocking only got louder. Levi is Jewish, and I should start off by saying that we experienced a Dybbuk haunting in college, so I knew that he'd believe me. I told Levi what was happening, and he let me stay at his place for the night. Once I closed the door to my loft, the knocking stopped. When I stepped away from the door, Levi and I both heard Caleb yell, "And stay out." Levi turned to me slowly and said, "Smith, am I high, or did I just hear your dead husband's voice?" Through my tears, I smiled and appreciated him making me laugh after not having done so in so long. I turned to him and smiled and said, "Levi, you're always high, but yes, this is what I've been dealing with." Cut to a few days later when I finally returned home. Nothing else happened for a while. That was until John and Declan decided to pay me a little visit. I'm glad to know that I wasn't the only one who heard him, but the look on Declan's face when he stepped into the loft and heard Caleb's voice, it broke my heart. We all heard him when he said, "There's my 3 favorite guys." John, being the emotional wreck that he already was, sobbed, "Cal, is that you?" Declan stepped out of the apartment and looked at me. "You're playing a joke on us, right?" he asked,
When he saw me crying, he knew that I wasn't doing that. John looked around and suddenly noted out loud that it got colder in the loft. Once again, Declan stepped back inside. He heard it again. "Long time no see, little bro." He walked right up to me and gave me a big bear hug. He whispered in my ear, "I believe you, but that is not my brother." "I know," I whispered back, "but I still don't know what to do." Declan took out his phone and his wallet, decided that he was going to call his friend Leah. Leah was a self-proclaimed witch, and I do believe in those things. The witches, I mean. When I first met Leah, she was calm and so sweet. I told her that whoever was in here, "I'm sorry, but just let me clarify, the entity in here was not my husband." She smiled when she looked around the loft. "You're a bit of a trickster, aren't you?" she said into the open air. I looked at her like she was crazy, and I let her know that I thought that as well. I turned and I said, "Girl, why are you talking to air?" Leah smiled and laughed so hard that there were tears in her eyes. "Smith, don't worry," she said, coming to me and taking my hands. "We're going to be great friends. We have the same personality. And for the record, bitch, I'm not talking to air because you have a mimic spirit in your house." This made me laugh out loud very hard. I really liked Leah's attitude and her personality. She indeed seemed to match mine. I scheduled another appointment with her, gave her $150 to do a cleansing. At first, she told me not to pay her, that she would do it for free, but I told her to take the money. When she took it, Leah finally heard it. "Babe, no." Caleb's voice was so sad and agonizing. I looked around, and I could feel the tears already streaming down my cheeks. "I can't take much more of this," I whispered. That's when the knocking started again, or rather the banging, and it didn't stop until Leah and I were both out of the loft. So I decided to stay at a hotel. I picked the same one that Leah was staying at so that we could be together and get to know each other some more. She took me to the store to buy all of the things that she needed for the cleansing. We hung out all day, had lunch, called Freya to have dinner with us. I booked a room. She came over later to have wine and just talk. While we were talking and having wine, I thought to myself, Leah is going to have to leave soon, and Freya can only spend so much time with me. I started to get worried. September 14th, 2023. I went back to get a few things today. It did not go well. The minute I stepped into my loft, I heard it. "Back so soon? You just can't stay away, can you?" I stomped down the hallway into my bathroom and muttered to myself, "Shouldn't have to stay away. This is my loft." When I started to make my way towards the door, I heard a sob, and then Caleb's voice said, "Please don't leave again. You know how much I love you." I turned, and you guessed it, I was crying. "I know how much he loved me," I cried. "And when I get back, I'm going to sage this loft so bad, you won't even be able to breathe in here." At that exact moment, my bathroom door, bedroom door, laundry room door, and guest bedroom door all slammed succinctly. The pounding resumed, and needless to say, I rushed out of there and back to the hotel. I found Leah and Freya talking over drinks. Without even saying a word, Leah looked at me. "Smith, are you okay?" Freya knew something was wrong, so she asked me to talk to her, but I couldn't find the words. Leah looked into my eyes and said, "You went back, didn't you?" I nodded. She was starting to compile a list of other things that she would need from the store, and that's when she turned to me and said, "Smith, I'm starting to think that this isn't a mimic. What you just told me is something much more menacing." I turned to her and I told her I agree, that I definitely knew it wasn't my husband. I started to cry again, and I haven't stopped since. You should consider my story if you ever have a problem with a mimic. Never piss it off. Never try to challenge it.
It's 12:55 a.m. and I'm writing this in my hotel room. Freya opted to stay with me, so I'm writing this while staring at her sleeping, snoring form in my spare bed. I couldn't be more grateful. I'll keep you all posted with any updates, and I'll definitely be posting what happens after the cleansing. Thanks for reading, and thanks for everyone in the community for all your support. I grew up on the edge of a dying town in Iowa. Our house backed up to endless cornfields that changed hands every few years. Sometimes they were planted, sometimes left dry and brittle for seasons at a time. Either way, they were always a little creepy. This happened when I was about 13. It was the 4th of July, and my cousins were in town from Des Moines. The adults were drinking on the porch, and we were left to entertain ourselves. Someone came up with the brilliant idea to sneak into the cornfield behind our house and light off a few fireworks. Nothing crazy, just bottle rockets and sparklers that we'd grabbed from a cardboard stand off the highway. It was a clear night, humid and hot, with a stillness that makes every little sound seem louder than it should be. We lit a couple of the rockets and watched them arc through the air over the rows of corn. The sparks crackled, faded, and we were left in the dark again. I was about to light off another when my cousin Jeremy grabbed my arm. "Did you see that?" he whispered. I hadn't, but the other two nodded. At first I thought they were just messing with me, but then I saw it too. Lights, small, faint, between the rows of corn, like flickering lanterns, moving slowly. Not swaying like flashlights would, hovering. I thought maybe it was neighbors or someone on the other side of the field, but the longer we watched, the less sense it made. There was no sound like footsteps of someone carrying these lights. They didn't seem to follow any sort of path. They weaved between the rows like they were floating. And then Jeremy shouted. One of the lights was moving towards him fast. He dropped his sparkler and ran. We all followed, tearing through the rows until we hit my backyard. The porch lights never looked so good. My dad saw us running and yelled something, but we ignored him and bolted inside, locking the door behind us. Later, I tried to explain. I told him about the lights, how they moved, how they didn't seem normal. He just looked tired, told me it was some sort of gas, local kids with headlamps. "Don't go into the fields at night," he said. And that was that. But I asked my grandma about it the next day, half expecting her to scold me, but still curious. Instead, she got real quiet. She said, "They do show up every few years. I see them. Just let them be." That was it. We didn't go back into the field. Not that summer and never. But every year since then, when the 4th of July shows up, I can't stop thinking about it. Back in the summer of '88, I took a fire watch job out in the Blue Mountains, Washington side. I was 24 and between lives. I was the age where solitude felt like a solution. The tower, it sat 4 stories up, surrounded by forests in every direction. You'd take a service road most of the way, hike the last mile, and from that point on, you were on your own. One supply drop every Wednesday, a 2-way radio, a cot, a weather log, nothing else. At the time, it felt like exactly what I needed. And then things started getting off. It began with lights, small ones, low on the tree line, out past the western ridge. First one, then 2. Looked like someone holding a lighter out in the dark. I figured it was just a hiker ignoring closures, maybe camped too close to the fire-prone zone. I marked it on the log and moved on. But the lights came back the next night. Same time, just past 2 a.m. Same place still, flickering. And then they started showing up to the east, too. Not brighter or closer, just more of them. I called it in. The ranger on the other end said, "You're alone out there. Trust what you see." Which wasn't the comfort I think he meant it to be. The third night, the lights didn't flicker. They held. Soft, steady glow. Low off the ground. Like lanterns. But the air stayed still. No smoke or movement, just quiet, uncomfortable quiet. I turned on the radio for background noise and tried to sleep. Around 2:30, I woke up to the sound. A sound I couldn't place. It wasn't wind. It wasn't the stairs. It was a noise above me. I was laying there staring at the dark ceiling, hearing the faintest creak of weight. Just one or two shifts. Like someone crouched up there, adjusting slowly. Not walking, but maybe waiting. I stayed still for over an hour. I never heard it leave. The next morning, I climbed up to the roof. Nothing out of place or any footprints or scratches, just condensation on the glass. In a weird cold spot along the west wall. It felt like the air didn't want to move there. I told myself it was just early fall settling in. That night, the lights didn't come. But the next morning, I woke up to find the binoculars that I kept on the windowsill were gone. They turned up later outside, sitting on the railing of the east-facing platform, perfectly balanced. After that, I stopped sleeping through the night so well. I'd lay in the cot, half waiting for the sounds to start. Sometimes they didn't. Other times I'd hear the tower creak, like someone was halfway up the steps, just standing there. I made it to the end of the season. Never saw a fire, never saw another person. The ranger said I did a good job, asked if I'd come back the next year. I said no. He didn't ask why. It's been decades. I live back east now. I've got a porch, a dog, and a backyard that fades into the woods. I still really love the quiet. But it's like every time I'm woken up at 2 or 3 in the morning, I'm always a little nervous, thinking I'm going to hear somebody walking on my roof. Or worse, in my room. This was senior year, end of May, high school almost over. That weird limbo where everyone thinks they're invincible and nothing bad can happen before graduation. There were 6 of us who went to the beach that night. A hidden spot off the highway, one of those places that only the locals know about. Sand, seagrass, some washed up driftwood, and a perfect view. Someone brought booze, someone else brought music, and one of the girls, Kendra, brought a Ouija board. It was one of those old ones, not the cheap plastic or cardboard kind. It looked like it had a history. She said that she found it in her grandma's attic, thought it would be funny to use it at the beach. It wasn't funny. We lit a fire, passed the bottle, laughed too loud, and around midnight, she laid it out on a flat rock near the pit. We were drunk enough to try it, sober enough to still feel uneasy. She led the session, said you had to ask permission, say goodbye, all the usual stuff. We started asking the obvious, dumb questions. Is anyone there? What's your name? How did you die? Nothing happened at first. Then the planchette moved, just a little. We all swore we weren't doing it. I thought someone was screwing around, but it kept moving. Slow. It spelled, I did not. We asked, did not what? It spelled, drown. Kendra laughed. Oh, spooky. But her voice cracked. The wind wind picked up, the fire sputtered, and then the board went still. It stopped moving. The planchette froze. Kendra reached to say goodbye, but it jerked under her finger and flew into the sand. She screamed. We thought it was part of the act, until she started clawing at her throat, like she couldn't breathe. We pulled her away, dumped water on her, tried everything. She gasped and finally snapped out of it. She said it felt like someone had held her head underwater. But the board, it was gone. We all saw where it landed, but it wasn't there. No planchette, no wood, like it had sunk into the sand. Well, we left after that. I remember the next day that we were at school, Kendra acted like she didn't recognize anyone. It was weird. She didn't sit with us, talk to us, wasn't returning messages. She came to graduation, but, again, didn't sit with us. The last time that I saw her was at a gas station, the summer after freshman year of college. She looked burnt out, staring out at the rain. I asked her how she was doing. She just said, "Goodbye," shook her head and walked out into the storm, into her car. And then she was gone. And so was I. I haven't been back there since. Coming up on 13 years. And yeah, I haven't touched a Ouija board since. Howdy, y'all. This is going to seem like a weird post, but please know, me and Paul aren't in any immediate danger. At least I don't think. If you know Paul, he's a tad bit overly protective, mixed in with just a teensy bit of paranoia. Trust me, I know. You don't need a doctor's diagnosis when you've been married to the man for a little over 2 decades. But just to be safe, I wanted to let the gang know that me and Polly were over at the cabin this weekend. We went into town to get some groceries, and I wanted to get this fired off before we go back, because service is spotty up there. So we've been out here for a few days already. Planned on coming home around the 13th to make Barb's Christmas party, but we might be coming home sooner than expected. When we first got to the cabin, it was in the middle of the night because we'd gotten a late start. Neither of us noticed anything out of place. Granted, we were both tired from the long drive. We didn't even bother unloading the car until the next morning. Paul was up early, and after he started a pot of coffee, he went out to start bringing in the luggage from the car. But before he was able to get that far, he said that he'd seen a big oval patch of red snow. It looked like frozen blood. He got me out of bed to take a look at it, and sure enough, the snow did look like it was splattered with blood. It looked like a wolf had shook its dinner around, maybe even right after we pulled in last night, because not a lot of new snow had covered it. The tire tracks that we made in the Jeep were almost covered, so this must have been fresh. The pool of blood trailed off into a dribble trail, like the wolf paraded his meal around the cabin a couple of times. Or like someone poked a hole in a red paint can and walked loops. Describing it as a dribble, it might be underselling this distinct line of red that we had no problem following. But here's the thing that Paul pointed out that was probably the weirdest thing about this. We couldn't really determine if it was a wolf, one that painted the snow, because we couldn't find any paw prints, or hoof prints, feet prints, anything that could give us a clue as to what the heck happened. After it circled the cabin more than once, we follow this path straight back to the end of our property. And then, like a pen lifted off paper, it just stops. All we got back there is a wire fence that Paul put up last summer so nobody would get drunk and fall off the cliff. And that's where the blood trail ended. No markings on the fence like someone had climbed over it. and the snow on the other side of the fence before the drop-off hadn't been colored. Paul was convinced that there was someone living in the woods outside of our house, maybe even shacking up inside the house while we've been gone. I told him we're nowhere close to anything, and that's including the highway that takes us to civilization. Out front, our tire tracks were the only ones in the driveway. The snow around the Jeep was even and pristine, untouched by man or beast. But you know Paul, instead of going to see the Christmas lights like we'd planned on doing, we spent the day checking every nook and cranny of the cabin to see if we could find any traces of someone living there while we'd been gone. But it was just how we'd left it in November. It was sealed up like a fortress before we left. I had to beg him to sit on the couch and watch a movie with me, trying to get him to relax a little. Sure, all the blood was creepy, but nothing came of it. Hoping we could move on with our night, I got up to pop some popcorn, and Paul's standing with his back towards me, looking out our side window into the forest. The blinds are drawn and he's using his fingers to peek through. I ask what the hell he's doing, and he tells me to turn off the lights and come over there. So I flip off the lamp by the couch and I join him by the window. Then he tells me to look outside and tell him what I see. And at first, I couldn't see anything past the first few trees. But that was all the field of vision I needed to see what he was talking about. It was in front of the trees, closer to the cabin window, more where the snow was able to gather. Something rose up out of the ground and back down again. Not enough to really affect the snow on top of it. Gosh, this is hard to explain in words, and that's why Paul called me over to the window to see it for myself. It was like something buried in the snow tried to move, almost like how the ground would shift in the movie Tremors before the worms surfaced. But instead of the desert, it's packed in snow, and instead of gigantic, it was probably 7, maybe 8 feet long. The snow sunk in different areas when it lifted, and lightly outlined its shape as it moved. It was barely noticeable if you didn't keep your eye on it the whole time. The snow would settle back together behind it, making pretty much an invisible track. Paul and I watched this thing slither in the snow and around the side of the cabin where we couldn't see it from the window anymore. Neither of us knew any snakes that lived in the snow. And so with the only internet being at the McDonald's in town, we made the drive. I've Googled it. No, snakes can't live in the snow. So, what the hell did we see, right? That same night, we heard something sliding around on the roof. I don't know if it was also going on the night before. Paul and I instantly passed out when we got there. But it was impossible to get any sleep with the sounds we were hearing above us. It sounded identical to a very large snake going up and down the shingles. At some point, I did fall asleep, but soon after, Paul woke me up again, saying that he thinks he heard it go into our chimney. It's safe to say I was utterly horrified when he told me this, and we sat there in silence for hours, listening for anything, but eventually, we both must have fallen asleep. All that happened last night, so we're both pretty tired today. We decided to make this quick trip into town and stock up on supplies. Paul thinks there's more than one of these things roaming around the property, and he's preparing for war up there. He's already got a box of bullets for the rifle, and now we're looking for materials to trap this thing. I'm not trying to worry anyone, but we plan on being at Barb's Christmas party on the 14th. So if we're not there, someone might want to come looking for us up here. Okay, love y'all. See you soon, hopefully.
I had a babysitter in elementary school whose house I really loved. She was an older woman, Eleanor, and her house always smelled like cookies, and she always had cartoons on. But the best part was her dog, a Shih Tzu named Huckleberry, aka Barry. He loved to watch cartoons with me and followed me around like my best bud. Sometimes I would give him just the tiniest of snacks from my snack plate. Maybe that's why he loved me so much. Anyway, it wasn't often that I would stay the night at Eleanor's, but depending what Mom's work schedule was like, it would happen. Normally, Eleanor would let me fall asleep in front of the TV on the couch, and she would watch from her chair. At some point, she'd turn the TV off and retreat to her room. Even at home, I'd usually wake up at some point in the night having to use the bathroom. This is because I used to have to drink a cup of milk and a cup of water before bed. Like, I had to. Call it OCD or whatever. At our house, it was a quick jump to the bathroom since it was in my room. My mom had also strategically set up a bunch of night lights, so there weren't really any dark paths. What Eleanor's house was missing were lights. She didn't know I was afraid of the dark, and honestly, until her house, I don't think I was. Waking up alone to a quiet, dark house, it felt unsettling. But I wasn't totally alone. I had Barry. He always made it seem not so bad. Thankfully, she also left her hallway light on, which is where the bathroom was. Once we had passed through the living room, it wasn't so bad. I'd enter the lit hallway, turn on the bathroom light as quickly as possible, close the door, do my thing, wash up, and be done. Normally, that's when Barry and I would make our way back to the couch and pass out once more. My next memory would be my mom waking me up, telling me it's time to go. Pretty basic stuff. Only there was one time where things were less than basic. It did only happen once, though. I don't think that makes what happened less real. I woke up as I normally do. Only this time, I didn't have to pee. So why was I awake? I looked around and everything seemed normal. TV was off. Eleanor had gone off to bed, but I couldn't see Barry. He wasn't right next to me, like always. I remember being hesitant to leave the safety of the couch, and likely would have just fallen back asleep if I didn't hear it. The ever so faint sound of Barry's whining or crying. It's cute and soft, even when you're directly in his presence. So I almost didn't hear it. But through the quiet of the house, I heard him, far away. I remember thinking that he must be in Eleanor's room and the door shut. I didn't like the idea of him being sad or needing out, but I knew that I shouldn't go opening her door. She could have him in there for a reason. Still, it was hard to fall asleep, so I decided I'd go to the bathroom after all. I got up and made my way quickly through the living room, into the bathroom, turning the light on immediately. This time, I was tempted to close the door, but I left it open. Before I could even start doing my thing, I realized Barry sounded a lot closer now. But how was that possible? Eleanor's room was on the other side of the house. Over on the side that I was, it was just the bathroom and the laundry room. The laundry room door was usually propped open with this brick thing that Eleanor had painted. But I stepped outside the bathroom, and sure enough, I was hearing Barry inside the laundry room, and the door was shut. The brick, I noticed it was sitting against the wall, almost as though it had been tossed down the hallway. Barry ran out as soon as I opened the door, but he didn't leave. He just stood right next to me and continued sort of whining. I put the brick back in its place, and stepping back, I noticed it held the door open just fine, per usual. I picked Barry up, and instead of going to the bathroom at that moment, I just decided to run back to the couch, not even turning off the bathroom light. I remember jumping onto that couch so quickly that alone gave me an adrenaline rush. Something about Barry being locked in there, it didn't feel good. He didn't seem eager to leave the sanctuary of the couch either, until he did. Suddenly, all the way to the other side of the couch. Only he wasn't whining anymore. He was growling. A pitiful, small growl, but a growl nonetheless. I didn't move. I just let myself believe that Barry was hearing things outside like dogs do. He probably did most of this stuff all the time, and I was usually just sleeping through it. Then I jumped, almost to a full standing position, before quickly throwing myself back onto the couch. Barry, right next to me, shaking. The TV had just turned on, by itself. It was an old TV, the kind where you could control everything on the TV itself. But there was a VHS player attached to this one, and that had a remote that could also control the TV and the player. That remote was always sitting on Eleanor's little TV tray next to her chair. I looked over. There it was, untouched. Except something had to have been touched, the TV or the remote. I sat on the couch with Barry, both of us shaking now. It felt like I wasn't able to catch my breath for a moment. I was so scared. It was like I was forgetting basic functions. I don't know how long I contemplated turning the TV off myself, but before I could act on impulse, the TV turned itself off. Immediately followed by the sound of a door slamming from clear down the hallway, along with another noise. It was what I assumed was the brick hitting the trim of the wall in the hallway. At this time, I didn't even jump, only froze. But Barry, he hopped off the couch and ran straight toward the sound. He didn't leave the living room, but I turned to see that he was facing the hallway, just barking. I thought for sure Eleanor was going to wake up and even considered waking her up. Only everything stopped just moments after it had started. Barry did his growling and his barking for a few more moments, but eventually seemed satisfied. He came back to the couch, hopping up, looking at me, curious maybe as to why I was still up. I had to use the bathroom, of course. The house was seemingly back to normal, but there was no way I was going to make that trip again. Not with whatever was going on down there. I took one more look down toward the hallway, sure that I was going to see some horrific creature or human intruder. I didn't see that, but I could tell from where I was that something had turned off the bathroom light. And that's when I knew for sure I wasn't going back there. I laid down with my protector and toughed it out until eventually I fell asleep. I'd be woken up in a much more normal way this time, my mom telling me it was time to go. I still really had to use the bathroom, but I remember holding it all the way until I got home, which luckily was less than 5 minutes away. I'd never been so happy to see my own bathroom, my own room. After that, I expected things to happen every time I went to Eleanor's house overnight. But like I said, that was the only experience I ever had. I will say, I didn't particularly like that laundry room. It didn't have any windows in it. It always felt dim and stuffy, like it was meant to be a closet more than a laundry room. Everywhere else was bright and felt inviting, but not there. And I didn't like the door being open either, so maybe whatever was doing all of that, if it was a spirit, maybe they just agreed with me. I don't know. I told myself weird stuff as a kid to make me less afraid, but the truth is I have no idea what happened there that night, outside of what I've explained here. And I know I probably never will, but that doesn't mean I don't want to hear others' theories on the whole thing, so please tell me, what do you think this was?
This happened a few years ago. I'm only posting it now because I've just found the sub. I don't really expect answers. I just want to put it somewhere that people might understand why it bothers me. It was just me and my partner on this trip. No survivalist stuff or deep backcountry. We picked a trail that we'd gone before and planned to camp one night off the side path that branched away from the main route. We found the campsite late in the afternoon. What stood out immediately was how perfect it was. Flat ground, natural wind cover. A fire ring was already built, stones blackened from old use. There were logs arranged nearby like somebody had intentionally stacked them before seating. No trash, no gear, No footprints that stood out as recent. The ash in the fire ring was cold, but not scattered. It looked like a fire that had been used carefully and cleaned up afterwards. We both commented on how lucky we'd gotten. Anyone who camps knows how rare it is to stumble upon a spot like this without planning it. We set up, made dinner, and had one of those quiet, easy nights where everything just feels settled. No weirdness, no strangeness. If anything, it felt calmer than most places I've slept outdoors. I took a few photos before dark. Nothing artsy. Just snapshots of the tent and fire ring to remember the spot later. We slept straight through the night. In the morning, things felt off. It was small things. The light felt flatter somehow. The woods were quieter than usual. Less birds, no insects. Still, nothing too alarming. We packed up, doused the fire ring, even though it hadn't been used since dinner, and started back toward the trail. That's when we realized we couldn't find it. At first, we laughed it off. Trails look different in reverse. You miss landmarks. That's normal. But after about 20 minutes of walking, we both stopped. Neither of us recognized anything. The ground felt different underfoot, less compact. The trees were spaced differently. Even the slope didn't match what we remembered. We checked the GPS on my phone. It said we were roughly where we should be. But the terrain didn't line up with what we'd just walked through the day before. So we tried to retrace our steps exactly. Same angle, same distance, same pacing. Nothing. We spent almost an hour circling the area where the campsite should have been. No fire ring, no flattened ground, and no log seats. There weren't even disturbed leaves or ash. It was like the site had never existed. I pulled up the photos that I'd taken the night before to double check I wasn't misremembering. And that's when my stomach dropped. The background didn't match where we were standing. The trees in the photo were older, thicker. The ground was darker, almost compressed. In the photos, the fire ring sat in a shallow dip in the earth. Where we stood now was higher ground, younger growth, no sign of any clearing. Eventually, we found the main trail by pure chance, and we headed out. Both of us quiet in that shared way, where you know the other person is thinking the same thing you are, but neither of you wants to say it. Weeks later, I mentioned the trip to someone who works seasonally as a ranger. I showed them the photos, half expecting them to say that we'd just gotten turned around. They frowned and said the area in the photos didn't match any designated or known backcountry sites in that section. Then they said something that sticks with me still. People used to camp all over here decades ago, they'd said. Most of those sites were reclaimed by the forest. Some of them don't really stay. I asked what that meant. People find places sometimes that don't want to be permanent. Huh? I don't know. But it was odd. The exchange with them. I still have the photos. The campsite is right there, clear as day. It just looks like a normal campsite. But it was taken just a few hours before that conversation. So how could it not exist? I just don't think it exists anymore, I guess. At least not in the way places usually do. I was around 8 or 9 when this happened. Old enough to have a bit of a routine, but young enough that nothing about my world felt truly dangerous yet. I'd never lost anyone, never experienced anything truly scary. I lived on a quiet street where a handful of us kids all kind of orbited each other. There were 4 of us who were especially close. We rode bikes up and down the block, played tag until the streetlights came on, and rotated whose house we went to for video games or snacks. It was one of those neighborhoods where parents didn't really worry too much and doors were rarely locked during the day. One of those friends was Kayla. A couple of weeks before this happened, she was killed in a car accident. It wasn't immediate. There were rumors at first, then confirmation. I remember adults speaking in those quiet ways where they try to spare the children, but really it just looks like they're hiding secrets. The sudden absence of her bike in the driveway, the way her house just went quiet. It was all a lot. At that age, death felt confusing more than devastating, though. I understood it in theory, but emotionally it felt distant, like something that happened to other people. Kayla was going to be coming back, obviously. Life on the street slowly went back to normal, though. We kept playing outside. We stopped mentioning her name as much. Then one night, I woke up to knocking at the front door. I remember laying there, wondering if that's what I heard. There was no pounding. It wasn't frantic. It just was a couple of firm, deliberate knocks. I remember sitting up in bed, annoyed more than scared. It didn't even occur to me to check the time. I assumed it was early evening. Maybe someone forgot something at our house and wanted to see if I could come out. That's how normal it felt. I walked down the hallway into the living room. The house was dark, but not silent. The refrigerator, soft clicking of the clock, normal nighttime sounds. I remember the door, and I did what my mom had taught me to do. I looked out the window beside it. Kayla was standing there. She was just there, on the porch, like nothing had happened. I opened the door without hesitation. She looked exactly like herself. Same height, same hair, same expression that hovered somewhere between shy and curious. She didn't look injured. She didn't look pale or distorted or wrong. It was just Kayla. She said something like, "Hey, just checking on you." Her voice sounded calm and familiar. I remember responding casually like this was a normal interaction. I think I said, "Yeah, what's up?" She asked if everything was okay, and I said yes. She nodded and said something like, "All right, good," and then turned to leave. That was it. No lingering, no goodbye, just left. I closed the door, walked back to my room, and went back to sleep. The next morning, my mom was irritated. She was standing in the living room, flipping switches off, muttering about electricity. The lights were on, several of them. I don't usually leave lights on. She asked me why the house looked like someone had been up all night, specifically the porch light. That one I turned on. Without thinking, I said, "Oh, Kayla came by last night." I remember her stopping immediately and slowly turning to look at me. Her face wasn't angry anymore. It was tight, like something inside of her had just dropped. She asked me to please repeat myself. I told her again. Kayla had knocked on the door last night, asked if I was okay, and then left. I even laughed a little because in that moment it felt odd, but not scary, just weird. And that's when it hit me. The realization didn't come with a rush of panic or screaming of tears. It was kind of worse than that. It was really quiet but heavy inside, like someone had slowly turned gravity up inside my chest. Kayla was dead. She'd been dead for weeks. I hadn't remembered that at the door. I hadn't thought about it when I saw her face. My brain had accepted her presence without question, like it made perfect sense that she would be there. Then my mom said something that sealed in my mind forever. She told me no one else had been awake. No one else had opened the door. but that the front door had been locked when she went to bed, and the lights were off when she went to bed. And now, the lights were on. I knew then, and I knew especially after she told me that I wasn't dreaming. I hadn't been sleepwalking, and I'd never done that before or since. I've never had anything like that happen again. Kayla never came back. There were no more knocks or strange sightings. Just that one moment, one quiet visit. I still don't know why she came, or I guess if she really did, or if my brain was just trying to make sense of loss at that time, creating something I needed to see, but I just don't think you can replicate the way that it feels to be with your friend, for real, in a dream. And if it was a dream, then why were all the lights on that I turned on? I've never been able to explain it, and neither has my mom, so I'm gonna go ahead and say that Kayla came back. I moved back to my hometown 3 weeks ago to help my mom sell her house. It's been mostly a good time, lots of memory lane talks and walks. It's still a sleepy suburb in Ohio, only now all the trees have grown so large they've started buckling the sidewalks we used to bike on. Coming back has brought up a lot of memories of Ben. He was my best friend. Ben lived 3 houses down. From age 6 to 16, we were pretty inseparable. We spent our summers in the Creek Woods, a patch of forest behind the elementary school that felt like an entire continent to us. Since the woods were so thick and it was easy to lose sight of each other, we developed this 3-note whistle. It was a rising tone, then a sharp drop. Low, high, low. It was our "where are you" signal. If I whistled, Ben would whistle back from wherever he was, up a tree, neck deep in the creek, or hiding in a blackberry bush. It was a sound that meant safety. It meant I wasn't alone. We grew apart in college, as people do. I moved to Chicago, and Ben stayed behind. He died 4 years ago, a car accident on a rainy Tuesday. Just one of those sudden and senseless things that you're forced to grapple with. I came for the funeral, stayed for a weekend, and left. But now I'm back, staying in my childhood bedroom. In the silence of the suburbs, it's heavy. A few nights ago, I went for a walk to clear my head. I found myself walking toward the old entrance to the Creek Woods. It's all fenced off now for a new housing development, but the old concrete storm drain is still there at the bottom of the hill. Ben and I used to sit on top of that drain and swap comics. We even dropped a time capsule, an old tobacco tin, down into the grate once. As I stood there looking at the rusted iron bars of the drain, I felt a wave of that heavy adult grief. On a whim, maybe out of some stupid hope for a sign or lapse in judgment, I let out our whistle. Low, high, low. The sound felt thin and pathetic in the cool night air, but I waited, feeling like an idiot. I started to turn away. Then, from what I could only assume was inside the concrete pipe, the whistle came back. It wasn't a perfect echo, slightly off-key. Exactly the way Ben used to do it, because he had a chipped front tooth that made his high notes a little breathy. I stopped. My first thought wasn't fear. It wasn't much of a thought at all. It was this bizarre, heart-stopping jolt of adrenaline. Ben. But then the logic kicked in. It was a drainage pipe and sound bounces. I had to have just heard my own echo. I tried it again, but this time I changed the rhythm. I did a high, low, high. The sound came back from the drain. It was the original whistle. Low, high, low. It didn't mimic what I had just done. It answered me with the correct signal. Despite my better judgment, I walked closer to the grate. My phone flashlight was shaking in my hand, and I found myself actually calling out, "Hello?" The drain was dry, filled with dead leaves and a few discarded soda cans. Nothing moved. I whistled one more time, very softly. The response didn't come from the drain this time. It came from the woods behind the fence, maybe 20 feet away. But it wasn't just the whistle. It was the sound of a stick snapping, the specific way a person steps on one when they're trying to be quiet and failing. Then, a voice. It didn't sound like anything I really knew at first. More like a recording of a young person, their voice still cracking. If I wanted to believe, I could say it sounded like Ben when we were 14. Over here. My stomach dropped. When I turned around, I fully expected to see my friend. But of course, there was nothing there. "Ben," I actually said out loud. Nothing. I didn't run away. I still wasn't scared. But I did have this feeling, like I'd seen or heard something I wasn't supposed to. Like I should rush, but I just walked. This was a few nights ago. I'm still at my mom's, keeping all the doors locked, just in case. Because though I do believe it was something paranormal, there's always the chance that there was some weirdo out there. Though I really do believe that it was just my friend coming to say goodbye in a very us kind of way. I used to live just outside of Redwood County, Minnesota, and around the age of 16, my parents started allowing me to go camping on my own. That summer, I was in southwest Minnesota with some friends, and we decided to camp inside the reservation. After a long day of bullshitting around, we found a spot and decided to set up our tents. It was pretty beautiful out there, super serene and quiet. We definitely felt like we were on our own out there, but at 16, I painted us as pretty damn fearless, so we weren't bothered, at least not yet. Eventually, it was nightfall, and though still not afraid, the area held a different kind of quiet. It was almost silent. I have no idea what time I fell asleep, but I know it was around 3 a.m. when I woke up. For a few seconds, I wasn't sure why, but then I heard my name being called from outside my tent. It was my friend Aaron's voice, and he was really trying to get my attention. I could also hear my other friend Jeremy shushing Aaron, telling him to be quiet. I didn't say a word. I just started feeling around and looking for a light. Before I got to it, though, I heard something in the silence. But it's like my brain couldn't connect what it was for a minute, until it was so loud and so obvious. It was the sound of horses running, but also what I can only describe as war cries. Almost immediately after I heard the sounds, I realized this was probably what Aaron was trying to bring to my attention. I unzipped my tent because I wanted to see if I could see anything. Jeremy was already outside of his tent, and he was looking around like he had the same idea. We both started to step out closer to the extinguished campfire to investigate the sounds. I couldn't believe how clear they were, how eerie they were. Something about being there suddenly felt wrong, but I still can't pinpoint why. Shortly after that thought, Aaron walked out of his tent armed with a paintball gun. Not sure what good he thought he was going to do with it, but it said to me that he was scared. I guess we all kind of were by now. After an exchange of, "Do you guys hear that?" we all decided that it was something real. We were on the reservation, so it was most likely that the noises were coming from there, somehow. Aaron was paranoid it was someone's way of telling us to get lost, a warning of some kind before a real brutal attack took place. I didn't think that sounded right, but
I didn't have much else to offer as to what I thought it was. To me, it couldn't be anything other than what it sounded like. Horses, war cries. It seemed to envelop the whole area, yet was only a whisper at the same time. Suddenly, I felt a small brush of wind against my face, followed by an unusual thump sound right next to my ear. It sounded like something had hit the tree directly behind me, but this time I didn't stick around to investigate. Almost on cue, we all funneled into one car, drove a mile or so into somewhat civilization, and did something that emulated sleep for the next couple of hours. Then, because there's something about daylight, it gives you courage that somehow dissipates when it's dark, we decided to drive back to the campsite. Courage may be a strong word. In reality, we still had to get Aaron's car and the rest of our shit. So what choice did we really have? Once we got there, everything was exactly how we'd left it. Jeremy and Aaron started packing up almost right away, but I had to check something out first. Chances were we wouldn't be coming back to this place again, but something told me, something stronger than just my curiosity, that I would find something in that tree. The tree that had been behind me the night before. I had heard something strike it. Inspecting the tree trunk, I found what appeared to be the odd end of an arrowhead, with the pointed end embedded in the tree. Part of me wanted to take it out, but a bigger part of me felt like that was a bad idea. I told the guys to come over and take a look. We all agreed that's definitely what we were looking at. I decided to pack up my tent. The guys were still over by the tree when Aaron called me back over. They'd found something else. It looked like the piece of an axe. Part of the sharp end, but no handle attached, and missing the piece of material that would connect the two parts together. It made me want to find the handle, and though I never did, we found more of these assorted pieces of history. At least that's what I assumed they were. Full-sized arrowheads in various colors of gray, red, and brown. But also, there was this white material that sort of littered the area if you looked real close, or if you knew what you were looking for. They were pieces of pottery, clearly scattered now, but at one time I imagined they were full. We rummaged around the area for what felt like hours, but after we realized we could likely do this forever and never come up short, we decided to call it a day. At one point, Jeremy asked if we should take any of it with us, but we opted not to. I'm shocked and grateful that even at 16 we had enough wherewithal not to take anything with us. Pretty sure we were all just grateful, too, that nothing bad had happened to us or our stuff. I mean, besides being scared out of our minds. Though, something tells me that if we weren't so respectful, things could have been a whole lot scarier. Please do not try this, ever. Knowing what I know now, this is probably one of the most idiotic things I've done. I not only put myself in danger, but also my family and friends. Also, this happened about 15 years ago, so I'll relay all that my memory serves me. I'm no longer in contact with the friends this story involves, so forgive me if I forget details. Anyway, when I was younger, a teenager, I was obsessed with the paranormal. My high school buddies and I thought that it would be a great idea to get stoned in my parents' garage and construct a Ouija board. It was after school one afternoon when we implemented our plan. We arrived at my parents' house and got right to work finding supplies to make the board. And if I remember correctly, we found an old shot glass to use as a planchette. We decided to ask the most provoking questions that you could think of. Everything the internet told us not to ask, whatever was on the other side. But we wanted a big response. We wanted something crazy to happen. We got a response almost instantly, and we each thought that the others were moving the planchette to mess with each other. But we soon found out that it was real. I believe that I was the one asking most of the questions. I remember asking, "When did you die?" The planchette moved to the numbers we scrawled on the board.
The exact year escapes me, but it was sometime in the late 1980s. I know I asked the spirit's name, but I can't remember the name, so we'll just call the spirit Robert. Robert would not disclose how he died, although he did say that his favorite band was Nirvana, which is relevant later. We had a classic rock mix playing in the background, and he seemed to enjoy this. Unfortunately, I don't remember most of the conversation, but I do remember we didn't say goodbye when the session concluded. That night, my friends left except for one who stayed the night. We'll call her Jane. For this part, I'll need to describe the layout. It was an old house with a weird setup. When you entered through the front door, there was a medium-sized living room with a huge bay window facing the street. Going further into the house, on the left was the kitchen. Beyond that was a glass door, behind which was a sort of family room. And then the backyard, which led to the garage. Jane and I were chilling in the kitchen later that night, and we were seated at the kitchen table. Jane was sitting with her back towards the glass door that leads to the family room, and I was facing her and the door. We were chatting quietly as my family was sleeping. She was talking, and as I was looking at her, something behind her caught my eye. The glass door was cracked open, but it was slowly opening, wider and wider. As soon as I pointed at the door and she turned to look, it slammed shut very forcefully. It was so damn loud I was sure my parents would wake up and that we'd be in trouble. But no one woke up or yelled at us to be quiet. We got so freaked out, we quickly retreated to my room, past the front living room. We talked in my room for quite some time, and nothing else weird happened until we went to sleep. I woke up in the middle of the night to a strange, low scratching noise. At first, I couldn't figure out where it was coming from. I don't think that Jane woke up. So I got up, and I tried to decipher where the sound was coming from. Finally, I realized it was coming from my closet. The door was closed, and I knew there was nothing in there that should be making that noise. The only pet we had in the house was an old border collie, and he slept in my parents' room at the end of the hall. I jumped back into bed and threw the covers over my head, and I tried to ignore the sounds coming from the closet. I don't know how long it took for me to go back to sleep, or even if I did, but the next thing I knew, it was morning, and Jane had to go back home later that day. We decided to go to the garage to smoke, and the air felt so heavy as soon as we stepped inside, like we shouldn't be in there, even though we chilled in the garage countless times before. We went back in the house, sat on the couch in the living room instead. We were either talking or watching TV, but I think at that point I went into some sort of trance. Jane told me later that I suddenly stopped responding to her, and that I wasn't moving even though my eyes were open. The only thing I remember before coming to was the feeling of the back of the couch sinking in. I felt as though I was being slowly sucked into the couch, and my back felt so hot. It was like there was a fire getting closer and closer to my back. Then, right before I snapped out of it, I felt hands on me, like they were trying to grab me and pull me even further into the couch. I know it might sound dumb, but I thought I was being pulled into hell. I'm aware that there's no demonic portals in my parents' couch that leads to hell, but I swear to you, this is what it felt like. When I finally snapped out of it, Jane was looking at me with a look of concern on her face, and I felt like I was having a panic attack. I can't remember much after that, but her parents arrived to pick her up short after, and she left. That night, I was absolutely terrified to sleep in my room. So, being the dumbass I am, I decided I'd crash on the hell couch with the TV on all night. I didn't think I'd sleep, but at some point I must have fallen asleep. I don't know what time it was when I suddenly woke up with a jolt. The TV I know for a fact I left on was now turned off. In its reflection, I could see the bay window slightly illuminated by the streetlight outside. Then I noticed it. A figure standing behind me, so tall it touched the ceiling, its head and neck craned down to stare at me. It was so black that it was darker than anything else in the room, and it was motionless. I just feigned to still be sleeping. I don't remember slipping back into a slumber, but just like the previous night, before I knew it, it was morning. I decided to take a shower. Upon undressing, I noticed my side was sore and hurting pretty bad. When I took off my shirt, I looked, and there were deep scratches in the shape of the Nirvana logo. That wonky smiley face. At that point, I knew Robert wasn't just a spirit. This was a demon. I don't know why I never told my parents what was going on, but one day my dad, who didn't believe in the paranormal, told me that he was taking a shower when all of a sudden the faucet turned on its own, and the water got so hot so suddenly it scalded him. Now I was pissed. I had allowed a demon to mess with my family. I promised myself I'd never mess with a Ouija board or even be around one ever again. I begged a Catholic friend of mine to come over and bless the house and the garage. She agreed and brought a bunch of supplies for the blessing. Afterwards, we disposed of the board and we prayed. Nothing happened in that house ever again, and we ended up moving a couple years later. As an adult, I'm a Christian, and I've still had experiences with the paranormal after this story, but now I know I'm protected and how to rid demonic energy from my life. I apologize if this ending is a little anticlimactic, but thanks for listening. And please, be very cautious when dealing with things we don't fully understand. It could have disastrous consequences. Once upon a time, when I was young and dumb and extremely drunk, my college dorm mates and I decided to make a Ouija board and contact the spirits that we suspected lived in our large old dorm building. We had heard stories, which turned out to be true, that our dorm had been many things before the city sold the building to our school for next to nothing because no one else wanted it. The stories went like this. Our school had been an old TB hospital originally. This story was bolstered by the fact that we had a crematorium in the basement, complete with 2 large, dark, people-cooking ovens. This door was always locked, but we'd gotten in there to view this macabre wonder several times. Supposedly, there was a nurse who had worked at the hospital, whose husband had left her for a woman he'd met during the war, and so she hated men. This will become relevant later. We found a gurney in some back room. It was old and completely made of metal. The kind of thing that could have easily transported the dead from anywhere to that cold crematorium. The last thing that the building had been before the school gained possession was a not-so-nice brothel. Rumor had it that a prostitute had been slain by her pimp in the creepy elevator, one that was so dangerous it had to be drywalled up long ago. There was supposed to be blood splatter still on the walls. Throughout the place, walls were where they weren't supposed to be, added for convenience and space over time. The basement, which was a series of small rooms, had once been one big room with only the crematorium as an extra body storage. The nursing station was on the 2nd floor, and those rooms were safer. Rocking chairs rocked, posters stared, etc. We decided to contact the spirits of the dead the hard, drunk way. No store-bought Ouija board for us. We got a large piece of wood that was cut into a square, and we cut our hands like lunatics and drew the letters in blood. Then we used a convenient shot glass for the planchette and got about the business of contacting the dead. It moved, of course, and everybody blamed everyone else. I was drunk scared, though, which translates to absolutely terrified. We talked to a little boy first, who wouldn't tell us his name, and seemed almost as scared as I was of something. He kept saying that he shouldn't talk to us because 9 was coming. We laughed, accused each other of messing around with the thing, and kept going. Because you're chicken shit if you don't, right? Eventually, 9 showed up, and I don't remember a whole lot about what that thing said, but I do remember that it hated on this one guy in our group so much that it was noticeable it didn't appreciate his presence. He was super cute and went through girls like people go through tissues when they have a bad cold. We disbanded our little Ouija experiment soon after that, going our separate ways to our separate rooms. That night, that guy, the one that 9 was hating on, had a nightmare. It was loud enough to wake us all. He said that thing visited him in the night. It claimed they were watching him and were disgusted by him, going as far as choking him to the point that he thought he was going to die. She was wearing a nurse's uniform. "3 years ago, I got lost in the woods, and I've never told anyone what really happened. I didn't want people to think I was crazy, but I just can't keep it to myself. I live on the outskirts of a very large forest in Louisiana. Every weekend I would hike the same trail, but occasionally I'd also do a little exploring. There's offshoots and game trails everywhere, but my GPS always brought me home safe and sound, until I got stuck in a spot without service. My compass app was likewise useless. I had no clue which direction I came from, and I didn't even think to use it until after an hour of running in circles. I began eliminating pathways by breaking branches along the way. I thought if I could stop going in circles, I would eventually find my way back. But then it started getting dark. The prospect of spending the night in the woods was suddenly very real. And to make matters worse, it started raining. It's one thing to tough it out in a dark forest, but being soaked adds a whole new layer of misery, one I wasn't keen to endure. I kept my eyes glued to my phone. Even if I didn't find familiar territory, I expected to find a bar of service. But nope. The rain came down harder, and I could barely see when I stumbled upon an abandoned house. Well, it was more of a shack than anything. Most of it was in ruins under a collapsed roof, but the kitchen and den were just moldy with a slight breeze. It was at least better than getting soaked outside, so I cleared off a chair and settled in for the night. There was no way I was going to sleep, but I had my portable battery, so at least my phone kept a charge. For the next hour or two, I listened to whatever podcasts I had downloaded, and then the door blew open with a loud bang. The noise caused me to jump out of my seat with a startled scream, so I pushed a metal table in front of the door to keep it shut. Not long after returning to my seat, I began hearing noises inside the house too. But the storm was raging by then, so I did my best to ignore it. The place was in shambles. Of course there would be some strange sounds. It wasn't until I heard the footsteps that I started to really worry. And they were footsteps. There was no mistaking it. They were coming from one of the destroyed bedrooms, but I didn't understand how. When I looked in there, all I saw were piles of wood and debris from half the roof falling in. I stood watching as the steps grew closer, waiting to see who would appear in the doorway. They crossed the threshold a few seconds later, but there was nobody attached. It was like an invisible person was walking straight towards me. I ran towards the door, but before I could move the table, the footsteps vanished mid-stride. I stood there, frozen, waiting and listening for several minutes before returning to my seat. Desperate to stay dry, I convinced myself I'd imagined it, but that only worked for so long. Things were quiet for maybe another hour, but as soon as I let my guard down,
There was a series of loud bangs in the kitchen. When I went to check, all of the remaining cabinet doors were now wide open. I'm positive they were closed when I arrived, and I hadn't gone back in there since. Again, things were quiet for a time, but my final straw happened when a cold hand clasped the back of my neck. I screamed like someone was trying to kill me, and it sent my phone flying across the room. After retrieving it, the metal table flipped over on its side, and the door was blown open yet again. Though, looking back, I'm not sure if the wind was actually to blame. That was all I could handle, though. The rain suddenly didn't seem so bad after all. I ran into the darkness with nothing but my phone's flashlight and the lightning guiding my way. I didn't know which direction I was going, but I knew it was away from whatever was in that house. I can't be sure how long I was actually running, but eventually I stopped dead in my tracks as my phone began ringing off the hook. My husband, parents, sister, everyone I ever knew had called or texted me at least 100 times since I'd gone missing. There were new alerts for a local missing woman. Turns out she was me, and all I could do was cry relief. With my GPS working again, I learned I was much farther from home than I could have guessed. It shouldn't have even been possible to walk that far. I eventually met a group of search and rescuers who took me to get checked by paramedics. I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone about the house, so I left everything out, except for how I got lost in the first place. These days, on a rare occasion, I do go for a hike. I don't leave the main trail anymore, though. Always be extra cautious when you're out on your own. Things can happen so fast. I worked as a funeral director and embalmer for 26 years. During that time, I lived full-time in 3 separate funeral homes and spent countless nights sleeping or catching short naps on a sofa in a visitation room. Often when a very long day would end at 3 or 4 in the morning, and the next busy day had to start at 6 or 7. While I truly believe a lot of paranormal activity took place all around, I believe most was so subtle, it was easily explained away, ignored, or simply not noticed if you didn't want to. For example, whispering voices when alone in the building, footsteps where no one's walking, turning a corner and seeing a dark figure turn the corner at the far end of the hallway, things like that. While there were a few more distinct occurrences, the one that had the biggest impact happened early in my career. It was late one night in a funeral home that had once been a single-family home and converted into this building. The building had one long, straight hallway running through the center of the building, with offices, viewing rooms, bathrooms, etc. on either side. Both the front and rear doors were made of glass, and looking in either one was like looking in a mirror, especially at night. We had had a visitation, viewing or wake, depending on where you're from. It lasted from 10:30 to 11 p.m. In the funeral business, you never know what could happen during the night, and since I was the lowest-ranking person on staff, it was my job to stay and make sure the entire building was emptied, cleaned, and prepared for whatever may be needed the following day. As I was vacuuming the main hallway, I looked up, and just as clearly as I could see my own reflection, I saw a little girl, maybe 6 or 7 years old, walk across the hall behind me, from our casket selection room into our business office. At first, it didn't cross my mind that it was anything unusual. Children wander out at slower paces than the rest of the crowd constantly, because people simply aren't paying attention in their state of grief. But the time, it was past midnight now, and so this would officially be a child that's been left behind. I turned and started to search the building. I started with where I'd seen her go. I realized after a while, I really was alone. I spent a good 10 minutes searching a small business office with only 2 locked exits, a locked window, and no little girl to be found.
While I never let these things keep me from doing my job, I will admit that when vacuuming that hallway, I never looked up. I always kept my eyes on the carpet to make sure I never missed a spot. I ordered the most beautiful 1800s brush and comb set with silver in it from a well-known antiques dealer in 2001. I was so happy with it that I immediately put it out on my dresser. The next morning, my husband told me that he had the most horrible dream, and when he told me about it, I was shocked that it sounded like we had the same dream. Someone, a man in a bowler hat, standing over him, strangling him. I couldn't scream. He couldn't scream. It was the most bizarre collective experience we've ever had. After our initial discussion and shock, we didn't think much about it because what can we do, really? We didn't have any more weird dreams for a few days, but later that same week, our dogs refused to go into the bedroom. This was insane because our dogs always slept with us in our bed. Except now, they would snap at you if you tried to force them. And then the dreams started again. About a week later, I was downstairs while my husband went to bed early with a horrible headache. When I went up to bed, there was the man in the bowler hat bending over my husband, the same man from our dream. He looked at me and instantly disappeared, almost like he glitched away in the blink of an eye, yet I never blinked. The dogs had followed me and they were barking like crazy. When I woke my husband up to tell him what had happened, he told me he was having that same dream. I decided to call my priest, and I told him about what had been going on. He asked me if we'd brought anything new into the home recently, possibly any antiques. I told him nothing except my hairbrush set and that it was from New York, from a reputable dealer. He told me not to sell it because we might give the demon to whoever bought it. Demon. I was speechless. Actually, I was kind of a wreck. After calming me down some, he told me to get a small box and completely fill it with salt so that nothing of the set was touching cardboard, just salt, and then to take it way into the woods and bury it extremely deep. When I told my husband, he got excited and anxious, telling me, "Do you remember when we bought it? There was salt all in the package." He was right. At first I hadn't been sure what it was, but that's exactly what it was. So we hurriedly bought 5 pounds of salt and buried the box deep in the Smoky Mountains where hikers wouldn't find it. I never bought another antique from eBay. We never had another nightmare. Our dogs went back to sleeping with us like nothing happened. And we never saw anything else in that house. It sure made us start praying again, though. I don't know if this constitutes as a wild AA story, but I wouldn't have it if it weren't for AA, so here goes. Obviously, names have been changed. Attending my Thursday meetings, there were a few regulars that I got to know. Gail was an older woman with box-dyed black hair and a different Slipknot shirt for every day of the week. In her 20s, she was selling sex and drugs for a local biker gang in Nevada. Some of the stories that she shared at our meetings would make even the most hardened addicts blush. If Gail could live her insane life and turn it around, there was hope for any of us that walked through those doors. No matter how down and out they were, Gail probably had a story just a little bit worse, just a little more tragic. I know she was probably a raging narcissist, right? That's what I thought too. But she had receipts to back up every claim. Knife wounds, bullet wounds, a criminal rap sheet, and a scar on her leg she received from a branding iron that looked like an X with a half circle around it. She was the real deal. And man, could she tell a good story. Gail, despite her abrasive presence, still managed to have the brightest, most welcoming presence in the room. I looked forward to attending meetings because I enjoyed listening to her speak. She made you feel warm, even in the wintertime. However,
The stories she would share during our smoke breaks were some of my favorites. She didn't have to hold back then. She could glorify these experiences all she wanted, and she had some insane experiences. Not just from when she was using, but from the days that she was sober and still working the streets. The story I'm sharing isn't one of Gail's trials and triumphs. It wasn't even one that she told everyone in a meeting. It was one of those coveted outside smoking a cigarette stories. And this time, she was telling me about her days as a high-class escort in Vegas. She was one of 3 girls that the bikers would present to only their top clients. Millionaires with drug habits, celebrities or mafia men, rich evangelical preachers with mega churches in Texas. Gail made bank doing what she did, and she was treated nicely as well. Clients paying in the thousands aren't usually the type to be violent. It also helped that she was driven to the location and picked up by a black Escalade filled with gang members waiting in the parking lot. An added fee for both Gail's and the client's safety. They would remain completely undisturbed unless Gail gave the signal from the window of the hotel. There was always the risk that they could kill her before the gang made it up to the room, but Gail never worried about the small stuff like that. One day her pimp gathers the girls together and asks if any of them could pass a drug test right now. Gail's the only one that raises her hand. She just so happened to have lost custody of her kid and had to be clean for 6 months before she could fight the courts to get him back. The kid's story, now that was a sad one that she did share in a meeting. Gail relapsed before she could regain custody of her son, and he'd be shipped off to his uncle with cancer in Baltimore. Yeah, don't worry, I'm not going to keep going on that one. Let's just say something happens and her son never makes it to Baltimore, and Gail enters the darkest period of her life. But again, rewind, sorry. Gail must have affected me more than I knew. Maybe after this I'll write her memoir. But for now, I came to tell you the story and I'll get back to it. Pretend you hear the sound of a VHS tape rewinding. Gail, a young, bubbly, high-dollar escort, the only hooker with a raised hand after her pimp Travis asks if there's any recent drug use. She was clean for 3 months. Travis takes Gail out and dresses her in the nicest things, gets her hair and nails done, a new pair of heels for her client that night. She's told that he's an international visitor from Europe, that he insists on his escorts being narcotic-free. She'd be meeting him in a suite at the top of the Flamingo. When the elevator doors opened up, Gail saw 2 security guards standing outside the door. Apparently, they were almost as tall as the door they were guarding. From the way their clothing hung, it was clear they weren't adorned with bulging muscles, like the regular goons Gail was used to seeing. But the 2 men standing there were equally menacing in their own right. Both wore matching black suits, dark circular sunglasses, and bowler hats. Neither of the men say a word to her as she exits the elevator. They stay completely silent as Gail's frisked, and every pocket and crevice she has is checked. Then, one security guard beeped the walkie-talkie on his shoulder twice, and the suite doors opened up. Gail's seen close to every penthouse suite, rooftop mansion, golf course, luxury Las Vegas can offer. It wasn't the suite that had her stumbling on her heels when she walked inside the double doors. In the living room area, the couch had been slid up against the wall, and the large, thick rug that was usually under the couch was rolled up in the corner as well. Where the rug should be is now 4 big blue plastic tarps taped together, covering the living room floor up to the walls. Directly in the middle of the tarp is a hospital bed and an IV and other tubes hooked up to a medical device. The sight made her stop. She wasn't but a few steps into the door, but then she tried to backpedal. She bumped into her client. Gail jumps away in fright, landing onto the blue tarp. The man that was standing behind her walls forward from the dark entryway to better reveal himself under the small chandelier that had decorated the living room. In a thick German accent, he apologized for the scare and introduces himself as Elijah. Being on the floor for her first sight of this man, she describes him from the ground up. He's dressed nicely. He wore expensive loafers under black business pants and a dark cardigan. He was handsome, looked to be in his 40s. He wore the same dark circular sunglasses as his security did. He extends a hand to help Gail up. She accepts his gesture, and the blue tarp loudly crinkles as she stands. The first thing Gail asked Elijah is, "Are you going to murder me?" To her relief, he says no. Her next question is if the doctor setup was a kink and if she's playing the nurse or patient. Elijah casted her as the patient in their little scenario they'd be playing that night. Gail's ushered to the gurney, and she approaches it with noticeable hesitation, but hops on. Elijah's quiet as he straps her arms down. Gail thinks it's weird his face hasn't changed expressions during this. He wasn't getting turned on by what was happening. His lack of enthusiasm started making her feel a little self-conscious. As crazy as this was, she would have much preferred a psychopath that was actually, into it. Elijah looked uninterested in Gail and mainly focused on plugging in medical equipment, tapping IV drips. Along with her arms and legs, her forehead was also strapped down tightly to the gurney bed. In situations like these, Gail was taught to never make the client feel bad and just be cool, unless it's a do-or-die situation. So Gail just smiles and says that she's just hoping that whatever he plans on them doing, they get it over quick. With her head strapped in, Gail's line of vision is basically straight up into the chandelier. She can hear Elijah quietly walking around her. Beside her, a bag is unzipped. Then, Elijah appears over her with a syringe. Seeing this in his hand, Gail starts sweating. She tries to hide the tremble in her voice as she lets out a playful laugh and asks, "What's the big needle for, Doc?" Elijah responds and finally tells her what exactly he had planned for the night. He tells Gail that the needles are to extract blood from the jugular vein in her neck. Tears grew in her eyes. Gail knew that she was completely helpless. "Why?" she asks. Elijah tells her, no more talking. It will wiggle the needle once it's in her throat. Then a poke of pain radiates into Gail's neck and down her shoulder. She can feel the needles gone under her skin, jabbed into her neck with lightning accuracy. A scream builds up in her chest, but Gail knows if she screams, the needle could possibly go deeper into her neck and do more damage. She didn't know what she was hooked up to. All she could see was the chandelier above her. A machine near her head starts beeping and buzzing. Gail can feel the blood being pulled from her veins. Her shoulder muscles begin to ache. Soon she starts to feel overwhelmingly woozy. Gail tells Elijah, "You're taking too much blood. Please, I think I'm dying." In her blurry vision, she can see Elijah appear over her again. He tells her she's not dying. He's not taking all of her blood. Through her growing headache, Gail can barely manage the pain. The straps make it impossible to squirm, and she's grinding her teeth until one of her molars breaks in her mouth. Eventually, it's all too much, and Gail blacks out. When she wakes up, her setting is completely different from what she remembered. She's disoriented, especially when she finds herself in a real bed this time, still in the suite at the Flamingo, now awake, lying in the bedroom. Gail was weak from the loss of blood, and she was shocked to see only an hour had passed since she'd arrived. Elijah was standing underneath the doorframe of the room, staring at Gail, waiting for her to wake up. Under the covers, she pats her body. Aside from her shoes being removed, she was fully clothed. The bed was comfortable and clean. Elijah, seeing that she's up, quickly leaves the doorway and returns with a platter in his hands. He tells Gail, "You're going to like this." The fog wears off and reality sets back in. Where she is, what's going on. Again, it brings her to tears. When Elijah approaches the bed with the platter, she can hear metal sliding around, echoing in the dome container. He sets the platter on her lap, removes the lid to show a plate with 3 large chocolate chip and banana pancakes. The metal that she heard clinking around was a fork and knife. Gail says that they were the best pancakes she's ever had. Elijah leaves her to eat alone in the bedroom. When she's done, Gail gets out of bed, still weak, but able to stand on her own without holding a wall. As Gail exits the bedroom, Elijah's nowhere to be found. She doesn't look around for him. Instead, she runs through the living room, avoiding the gurney and medical equipment that's still set up. When Gail gets to the entryway, she grabs her purse and runs out the suite doors. She didn't turn around until she reached the elevator, and when she did look to see if anyone was after her, she saw that the security guards were also vacant from the hallway. The elevator doors closed. Next time they opened was in the lobby of the Flamingo. As the doors slid aside, she was met with the noise and chatter of the gaming floor. She tried to walk with as much composure as she had, as to receive the least amount of attention as possible. There were no mirrors in the bedroom. She had no clue what her appearance was like as she re-entered the public. Getting outside, she hurried to the parking lot where her ride was waiting. When she got in, she locked the doors and broke down in tears again. The men in the car asked what happened, preparing to go back up there. Gail tells them everything that happened, including the pancakes. One of the men still thinks that Elijah needs to be threatened, but Travis, who's sitting next to Gail in the back seat, tells the men to shut up. Then he tells the other man to drive. During the drive home, Gail feels a hole in her neck. It's tender to the touch. She asks Travis who those people were at the Flamingo, showing him the puncture wound. Everyone's quiet in the truck as they listened for Travis to answer. He'd been the point of contact for this arrangement. Travis inhaled. He knew in the truck with him were 3 of his closest confidants. Not to sound crude, but to use proper terminology when I say Gail was Travis's bottom bitch, his main girl. He owed it to her to tell the truth. Travis starts by explaining how he met the German client selling guns. Elijah contacted him later, telling Travis that he was coming to the States for a few days to personally pick up the guns, along with a leisure visit to gamble. He then makes one more request of Travis before disconnecting the call, asking Travis if any of his escorts have clean blood and that he'll pay high dollar for one. Needless to say, Travis is a bit taken aback by the question. Elijah can sense it on the phone, and he quickly follows it up by saying, "I'm not going to kill the girl. I'm not a sadist. Warm blood is a refreshing change from the sealed packs they bring while traveling." The man in the front passenger seat asks, "What does that mean?" And Travis says, "Elijah drinks the blood." Gail asks why, and he says he doesn't know. All he knows is that he was paying over $1,000 for a pint of her blood. He looks at Gail, and trying to be sweet, he says, "I didn't know anything else other than you were going to be okay in the end, and that's what's the most important part." Sure, Travis, sure. Well, fast forward to the present or later. A month after the Flamingo, Gail relapses, gets picked up by the cops, turns informant, and sends a couple members of the biker gang to jail. Then she moves to where she is now, far, far away from Las Vegas.
had a restraining order placed against my first husband after we divorced. His threats made me afraid for my life, and I was terrified he'd return someday to kill me. Robbie was a bad man. His Christian attitude was a mask to hide his toxic behavior. Only at home would he feel comfortable extending his full wrath if I were to displease him. Months went by and I thought my nightmare was over and I could start moving on. My friends that didn't have him blocked on social media told me that he moved out of state. A year would go by with no contact. I began to let my guard down, thinking he'd moved on from me. Unfortunately, I was wrong. Even after I'd sold the house and moved, he still managed to find me. The house I purchased from the sale was a smaller house on larger property. Living by myself, I had no use for extra rooms that I'd rarely use, but I did enjoy having no neighbors. I was able to purchase all of it for less than what my house sold for. I was able to furnish everything exactly how I liked, and I even had a little put in my savings. The first week living there full-time, I tried to ignore the jitters new surroundings can present. The settling of an unfamiliar house, it took some getting used to. But the more I unpacked, the more it felt like home. It took longer than expected to get the last box fully sorted. I spent the first few months using them as tables. Moving always gives perspective to what items you thought necessary to survive day to day. It became more of an aesthetic task since I wasn't expecting visitors. It was the 4th of July and I was working at a bank. A male coworker asked me out to watch fireworks, and I decided to try my hand at being friends with another human. I wasn't looking for anything romantic, and I let it be known. He was respectful, and I enjoyed getting out to see the fireworks. The city council hosts a big show in the middle of town every year to celebrate the 4th of July and New Year's. I was really enjoying my new life. When he drives me home and we pull down my driveway, I notice a light in my attic is on. From what I remembered, the lights were off. I've only been up there a handful of times to put boxes away, but I surely would have noticed the octagon window glowing above the front door sooner. I didn't let my coworker know how uneasy I was feeling when he dropped me off. I didn't want to invite him inside and ask for his help in any way. When I got out, he didn't get out to walk me to the door. We said our goodbyes in the car and he backed out right after I shut his door. My porch light was off. Another light I could have sworn I knew the positioning of. When I left that afternoon, I mindfully turned it on, knowing I'd be coming home late. I fumble to get my keys in the door. When I get it open, I flip the switch to the porch light, and it blinks on again. So it didn't burn out. Turning around to face the living room, I can also see down my hallway that leads to the bedroom and bathroom. The hallway is also where the entrance to the attic is, via a pull-down ladder. Not being a dumb lady, I have a conceal and carry permit, and regularly practiced my shot. It was a good hobby for a single woman to pick up living on her own. After checking my immediate surroundings, I made a sprint to the bedroom to get the pistol. Then I went from room to room, checking to see if anything was out of place, but everything was as I'd left it earlier that day. Turning my attention toward the attic, I yanked down the trap door, but the ladder didn't fall down. It felt like it was stuck. It took 3 good pulls before the door released, sliding the ladder down with such speed that it chipped the wood floor beneath it. Before I make the slow climb up the ladder, I point my gun at the lit opening and wait to see if anyone pops their head out. I had my finger on the trigger. I was prepared to shoot anything that moved, including an unlucky raccoon. I didn't care. Anything that moved was going straight to God. I climbed the wooden ladder and poked my head inside the attic. There's no one up there, but what I do see still puts me on high alert. All the boxes I'd stored up there had been knocked down. All that was inside now laid in piles on the ground of the attic. A raccoon could have definitely gotten in there and done this. I reasoned this with myself, looking at the mess as more frustrating than scary. I fully pull myself up into the attic to see if anything's been damaged before turning off the light. Giving the piles a close inspection, I tried to ignore the fact that it looked like the boxes were tipped completely upside down, not just pushed over. Old pictures of Robbie and I scattered on the ground. Halloween costumes and holiday decorations looked like they'd been thrown around the attic. The space is a big open area. It would have been easy to see if anyone was hiding up there, because there's nothing to hide behind. When I climb back down the ladder, I can reach the cord for the light, and I tug it off before stepping down the rungs. The ladder reclines back up, and just as the trapdoor seals off the attic, I hear loud, stomping footsteps above me. I'm now officially completely scared, even with a gun in my hand. I called the police and waited outside until they could do a more thorough job checking the house. They didn't find anyone. I told them about my restraining order, but all they could do was have me call back if anything else happened. That night, I slept with the phone in one hand and my gun in the other. But the rest of the night was quiet. The morning, however, I woke up to the smell of cigarette smoke. It was the strongest when I walked into the kitchen. I don't smoke. Haven't smelled a smell like that since I stopped living with Robbie. Once more, I retrieve my gun and walk from room to room, checking every inch of the house. All the doors and windows were still locked tight, and again, nothing was out of place. I called in sick to work that day, paranoid that Robbie had found me and he was going to kill me. I spent most of the morning looking out my window at the far, narrow exit of my property. I called my friend and asked her if Robbie's been on social media lately. I explained what's going on, and while we're on the phone together, she uses an account that he hasn't blocked her on. She starts by going, on the phone, and I start asking what? Terrified that she found a recent post like, off to kill my ex or something like that. But what she tells me leaves me equally as speechless. Holy shit, she says. Robbie died last week. There's a whole bunch of comments on his page saying, "We'll miss you, can't believe this happened, rest in peace," but none of them explain how he died. More research led to an obituary. It was true. Robbie was really gone. After we hung up, something came over me, and I was struck with such strong emotions. I just stood in my kitchen and cried. I knew it was him. Robbie had visited me to say goodbye, and even in death, he tried to scare me. He's never visited since. I'm sure he's in hell now. In a strange way, I like to think I got a sense of closure from it. The feeling of being terrified, unconfident, uncertain. It was the same way I felt all those years we were together. But this reminded me that now I'm a stronger person than who I was. I've never been a believer in the supernatural, but there are moments when you simply can't ignore the presence of certain things around you. Apologies if this story turns out to be a bit lengthy. I moved to a hostel for my studies, which happened to be located right next to a railway line, and the constant rattling noise of passing trains would always disturb us, shaking our windows and such. My room was on the 4th floor. I shared it with 2 other people. I distinctly remember that after about 3 or 4 months, my roommates and I began hearing a disturbing screeching sound during the night. At first, that's all it seemed to be, a screech. But one of my roommates mentioned that if you listened closely, it sort of sounded like the screeching of a woman, not a machine. Initially, we brushed it off. Sure, we'd all heard it, but we assumed it was just one of the girls staying in the hostel. However, as the nights went by, The sound continued, always at night, so much so that even the simple task of getting water became a dreaded one. I still had the courage to endure it, especially on those hot nights when water was a must. Though, I always felt as if someone was walking alongside me. The haunting experiences continued. One roommate ended up moving out, leaving just two of us, but that prompted me to move to a ground floor with a friend. I felt bad, but outside of offering my other roommate to join, I didn't really have a choice. I needed to get out of that room. I didn't know what awaited me there would leave a permanent mark on my memory. Every day, and I do mean every day, I would catch the sight of a lady standing in the corner of my room, quietly observing me. She never approached me, just watched. She'd almost always disappear the moment I tried to make eye contact. Otherwise, she was constantly in my peripheral vision. These encounters led to sleepless nights filled with lots of confusion and a sure sense of helplessness. I had no idea what to do or who to confide in. My old roommates had all but abandoned their rooms. My friend seemed to never be home, and the warden, well, they weren't initially any help either. Not at first. I was stuck. Then, one night, I narrowly escaped a heart attack. As I was laying in bed, on the verge of falling asleep, I turned over and caught a glimpse of a small child, sitting and staring at me. This was new. It was an unsettling sight, one that paralyzed me with fear. I eventually mustered the courage to reach out my hand, hoping it was just a hallucination. But to my horror, the child remained there. Finally, I decided to approach the warden again, this time sharing my experiences in full. Who cares if she thought I was crazy? Maybe she'd be forced to find me somewhere else to live. Ultimately, that's what I wanted. To my surprise, she responded with a calm understanding. She revealed that she herself was not a believer in such paranormal activities. She'd never experienced anything herself. However, she shared a haunting tale from the past. A train accident that claimed the lives of many and severely injured many more on the very same railway line behind the hostel. Since that tragedy, people had consistently reported similar encounters to the warden. She advised me to remain strong, not to let these experiences overpower me. The same advice she'd given others who she promised went on to enjoy their time in the hostel. So that summer, I took her advice. I stopped considering what I saw as scary, and instead, I looked at it as a glimpse into the past. Perhaps I was lucky. After all, not everyone gets to experience paranormal activity so vividly. But I do think that when a tragedy like that takes place, it's incredibly possible for spirits to wander. The woman remained in the corner of the room almost until I moved out. I also continued hearing screeching, but over time, I decided that it was the sound of a train on the tracks, combined with the sound of screaming. It sounds awful, I know, but when you're hearing these sounds nightly, you really can't help but dissect what they could be. Oddly enough, once I'd really identified what it was, I didn't hear it anymore. I never did see the little boy again, but I often wish that I would have had a different response when I first captured a glimpse of him. Possibly I scared him by appearing so afraid myself. Either way, I hope those spirits found peace, and if their peace was remaining in that hostel, I hope future guests since the 80s have been more welcoming. A UFO crashed in the Spokane Valley on June 24th, 2024. In the hills near Deer Lake, 2 military jets were flying close behind. They zoomed by maybe 10, 20 seconds later. I couldn't tell if they were the ones who downed the craft. All of it happened so fast. My husband Dobbs was driving us out to visit his uncle over in Clayton. Then, a silver object in the shape of a sideways teardrop appeared to burst out of a flash of light. It moved in the direction that the big end was on. At the thin, pointed end, it was swinging in a figure-8 pattern. Then we saw it fall behind a hill. We knew there was only ground past that hill. Then the jets flew by. Ignoring my wishes not to go look for the crash, Dobbs hit his blinker and changed course, and gives me the task of calling his uncle to tell him we'll be late, then to call the newspaper. By the time we got anywhere close to where it landed, big army trucks blocked the roads leading there. For our safety, I'll use the name B when I refer to our daughter-in-law. B works for a local paper in or around the Spokane Valley. She told me that multiple people called in from Ponderay to report the crash. Most of their stories were the same, and none of them ended with any more information. The big trucks surrounded that town, blocking off the roads to and from for over an hour. Then, someone in the Sand Creek area called in. They claimed to have been on Mountain Road. That call would be the closest to the actual crash site. The man called in to talk about what they'd seen. He was suspicious the local police were involved, and he wanted to get on record what he saw. When the UFO crashed in the valley below the road, the man pulled over his work truck and looked off the edge of the road to see the silver drop at rest in the long grass. It was almost immediately next that a round of pops echo off the mountains, and the area below is covered with smoke bombs that fully engulf the craft and surrounding area. A black helicopter then came from the north and dropped a humongous opaque net over the craft. For a quick moment, the man could see everything as the air from the net pushed the fog around when it landed. He told B that just before everything was covered again by the gray cloud of smoke, he saw a tall, bell-shaped creature form out of thin air in front of the soldiers that were approaching the crash site on foot. Though the man tried to drive away, law enforcement caught up with him. He was detained, and all of his belongings were confiscated. His camera, journal, even his phone were taken. After the reports started coming into the office, so did 4 men from the government. They threatened B and the rest of the staff that were there that day to dispose of the story, or they themselves would be disposed of, along with the building itself. Claiming old structures like that burn down all the time, they made it clear that they intended to visit any callers that they could identify. I don't like to be a conspiracy theory nut or anything like that, but the story's being suppressed. Who knows why? I'm not even here to say if it's for our own good or not. I guess I'm just here to say it. If you live in Washington, share this with your loved ones or anyone you see fit. People are saying the area around the crash site that is contaminated by radiation now, including the Kalispell Lake and Penn River. If these claims are true, this would devastate our ecosystem around those parts, not to mention the health complications people would develop living in the towns close by. I guess this seems as good a reason as any to cover something up, keep something quiet. My best friend Renee in the 4th grade didn't have what you'd call a good home life. Her mom and dad were always at the bar, so we had full reign over her house the majority of the time. As 4th graders, we weren't having big parties yet, but we were watching movies we shouldn't have been and eating entirely too many sweets for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Then something freaky happened that made me never stay the night there again. It was just after midnight and we're in Renee's living room watching a movie. I was lounging on the couch with the ottoman while Renee was laying on the long sofa. I'm getting pretty sleepy and starting to doze off, my head resting on the arm of the couch, and out of the corner of my eye, I see Renee do a weird whole-body jitter on the sofa, like she had a bug on her or something. So I turn my head and actually look in her direction. As I do, I see her body roll off the sofa onto the floor. She didn't put up her hands to brace herself and smacked her head on the edge of the coffee table going down. At first, I just looked at her, waiting to see if she was joking. But I knew, joking or not, that meeting with the coffee table was not planned. Then she starts convulsing. That's when I got up and ran over to her. I got on my knees and rolled her onto her back. The expression on her face was terrifying. Blood was trickling from the wound on her forehead, and her eyes were rolled back to their whites. Seeing all of this made me quickly diagnose. That's a big cut. That's a lot of blood. Is what she's having a seizure? Being in 4th grade, the only other time I'd seen anything about seizures, it was diabetes. Renee didn't have one of those medical bracelets, and I was about to start running through the house, trying to find one of those big EpiPens to stab her with. And then I thought, no, let's call 911. The house phone's located on the side table next to the couch that I was on, but when I turned from Renee and tried to get up, her hand grabbed the back of my ankle. Her grip pulled me back down to my knees. I turned to look at her. She's now sitting straight up. Then she turns to look at me, but her back remained stiff as a board. Her head rotated slowly to face me, and with her eyes still rolled in the back of her head, I was paralyzed with fear. I started hysterically screaming at her to let go of my leg. Her nails were digging into my skin, and the pain felt like teeth tearing at the back of my ankle. I tried kicking her hand off my leg, but her strength wouldn't even let me lift it off the ground. Renee's nose starts to bleed a steady stream down her chin and onto her shirt. I'm looking at her, and I can see that her lips are moving, so I stop screaming to hear what she's saying. Mind you, her eyes still haven't left the back of her skull, but what she starts saying was by far the most disturbing part of any of this. I was terrified beyond belief, but up until this point, I thought this still could have been a seizure she was experiencing. I was more afraid for what we were both going through. But she wasn't shaking anymore, and when she started talking, it was like she was whispering a joke to herself in a really deep voice, then a quiet chuckle. Seeing her giggling to herself while I'm crying my eyes out really upset me. I thought, is she messing with me right now? How did she have this much strength in her hands to maintain such a tight grip? Then she gets louder. What she was saying, it didn't even sound like English. The voice I was hearing, it didn't sound like Renee's voice. I could hear 2 different tones coming from her speech. Her body didn't move when she exhaled with a final, loud, deep laugh. Then, Renee closes her eyes and falls backwards onto the ground, letting go of my leg. Right when I felt her fingers let go, I pulled my leg back and stretched for the house phone that I previously couldn't get to. While I'm on the phone with 911, Renee's parents get home drunk from the bar, Dawn and Arlette. When they stumble in the door, they're in a fight, yelling back and forth louder than I am on the phone. They either didn't notice or didn't care that someone else was screaming inside their house. They were so focused on each other, Dawn almost kicked Renee in the face as he was stepping around the living room. But when he saw Renee all bloody and stretched out over the floor, he started screaming again and swoops up her limp body off the ground. He hollers for Arlette to call 911. Then he sees me already on the phone. Arlette runs out of the kitchen going, "What? While Dawn starts yelling in my direction, asking what happened. Now I'm in a ball on the floor screaming back that I don't know. Dawn tells Arlette they need to take Renee to the emergency room. As Dawn runs back out the front door with Renee in his arms, Arlette is staring daggers at me with squinted eyes. She points her finger at me and says, "What did you do, you little bitch?" She shakes her head at me like she's disappointed, then turns and follows in Dawn's route back to the car. With the front door left wide open, I watched their car back out of the driveway and pull off into the darkness. I was left alone, and that sudden realization took the remaining composure I'd been trying to maintain during the conversation with the 911 operator. They were still on the phone. They heard over the call and still sent an ambulance out to take me to the hospital to get checked out. They called my parents, bandaged up the scratches on my leg. I could hear Renee's parents, intoxicated, arguing somewhere further down in the hospital. When my parents came to pick me up, I told them everything and begged them to hide me when we walked through the ER waiting room. But my dad said that I wouldn't have to worry about that. He saw both parents passed out on chairs, snoring by the vending machine. When we did exit, we still made sure to get out fast. And that was it. Renee was back at school on Monday and couldn't remember anything that happened. She acted completely normal. When she invited me over after school, I made an excuse and continued to do that until she eventually stopped asking. I was still nice to her at school, but I think she got the hint. If she really didn't remember anything, even though I don't know how you couldn't, especially having to go to the hospital and stuff. Like, no memory of anything, and now you're just fine. No, I'm sorry. Renee did turn out normal. We were classmates until she moved during high school. Different friend groups, but she was a normal girl. As it was all happening, I thought to myself, dang, I'm never going to forget this. It's hands down the scariest thing I've ever witnessed. I've shared this story before, and believe it or not, it was taken humorously. I may not go as far as calling you a bad person for laughing, but I can assure you, it's not a funny story. It's actually a story so traumatic that I can remember odd and every detail, and I was 7 years old when it happened. My bus stop was on a road that makes a super tight L shape. That's where me and the other kids from Deer Lake Elementary waited for the bus to pick us up in the morning. The bus stop area was designated by a big boulder on the side of the road in the grass, right at the elbow of the turn. After, it's another long road that branches off to different parts of the town, neighborhoods, and the school. If you go down even further, there's a graveyard at the end of it. A funeral procession was driving by one morning. Me and my friends see the hearse driving at us relatively fast. So all of us hop off the boulder and walk a couple of feet out of the way of the approaching hearse. The thing tries turning too late and hits the boulder head on. It was only going 20 at most, but it was enough to eject the casket out the back of the hearse. When it smacks onto the ground, both its doors pop open, and we get to see the peaceful old man resting in his casket slide past us. Problem is, coming up behind the hearse was the rest of the funeral attendees. First one's a blue Toyota truck with big tires. The guy driving doesn't see what happened from his vantage point. He knows how to take the turn, but he doesn't see the casket. He did feel the truck lift up a little bit on the front passenger side tire as it actually rolls into the open casket. The whole thing made a snap, snap, as the wooden walls at the top of the casket was crushed under the truck, dropping it back down from its tilt. The driver was confused. I think he thought that he hit one of us bus stop kids because he immediately looked out his window at us with a, huh, face. Then he hopped out and walked to the front of his truck and saw his tire inside the casket, flattening the upper half of the body like a pancake. He's like, oh no, and jumps back into the truck, throwing it into reverse and hitting the gas with enough torque to shoot the casket forward, out from under the body, spinning it around on concrete until it stopped in an Egyptian-looking pose. That's when me and my friends all went fucking nuts. and ran home to our houses. From crash to pose, this whole thing lasted 12, 13 seconds at most, but I don't think I'll ever get the gross, flat-top corpse sliding around out of my core memories. Yuck and sad, really sad for the family. I'm sure they also didn't want that to happen.